Tonight we begin the untold story of the real discoverers of America, a history far older and more complex than what we were taught in school. The truth shatters one of the greatest myths of all time, that Columbus was the first to set foot in the New World. Long before 1492, explorers from distant lands had already made the treacherous journey across the vast Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Their stories have been buried, forgotten, and overshadowed by centuries of imperial propaganda. But tonight, we uncover the truth. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. They taught us in school that Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, but that is one of the greatest historical myths of all time. The truth is far more complex, more fascinating, and completely changes the way we see history. Long before Columbus set foot in the New World, others had already made the journey across the vast Atlantic Ocean. The Vikings, the Chinese, the Polynesians, even the ancient Phoenicians, all have claims to reaching the Americas centuries, if not millennia, before Columbus. But why is this not common knowledge? Why do we still celebrate Columbus Day when the evidence shows he was not the first? In this story, we uncover the truth about the real discoverers of America and the hidden history that challenges everything we thought we knew. The Viking sagas tell of a fearless explorer named Leif Erikson, who sailed west from Greenland in the year 1000, nearly 500 years before Columbus. He followed rumors of a land beyond the sea, a place first spotted by an Icelandic trader blown off course. Leif reached a lush land filled with wild grapes, which he called Vinland. Archaeological evidence confirms that the Norse built a settlement in Newfoundland, Canada, at a place now called Landsort Meadows. But this was not just legend, it was real proof that Europeans had reached America long before Columbus. Yet this discovery was largely forgotten, buried under centuries of Spanish imperial propaganda. And the Vikings were not alone. Ancient Chinese records suggest that Buddhist monks may have sailed to the Americas over 1,000 years ago, led by a monk named Hui Shen. He described a land he called Fusang, which some believe refers to parts of the American west coast. Maps found in China suggest an awareness of lands across the Pacific long before European explorers ventured there. If true, this would rewrite history once again. But what about the Polynesians? These master navigators sailed across the vast Pacific Ocean thousands of years before Columbus. Even today, scientists find evidence that Polynesians reached South America before Europeans. DNA studies show genetic links between Polynesians and indigenous South American peoples, and chicken bones found in Chile match those of a Polynesian breed long before Spanish contact, suggesting trade and contact across the ocean. And there is more. Some researchers argue that the ancient Phoenicians, seafaring merchants from the Mediterranean, may have reached the Americas as early as 1000 BC. They were known for their ability to navigate vast distances using the stars. Ancient inscriptions found in Brazil and the United States hint at their presence, possibly long before any Viking or European explorer. If so many different civilizations reached the Americas before Columbus, why does he get all the credit? The answer lies in politics, empire, and the rewriting of history. The Spanish crown needed a hero to justify its claim over the New World. Columbus became that symbol. He may not have been the first, but he was the one who brought Europe's full force to the Americas, setting in motion events that would change the world forever. But what if history had remembered Leif Erikson instead? What if the Polynesians had established lasting contact with South America? Or if the Chinese had settled California centuries before the Spanish? The world we know today might have looked entirely different. And that is the story we are about to unravel. Imagine standing on the deck of a Viking longship, the salty sea spray on your face, the endless horizon ahead. The year is 1000 AD, and Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, is about to make history. He has heard tales of a mysterious land to the west, first spotted by an Icelandic merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson. Unlike Columbus, who set sail with maps and a clear mission, Leif's journey is a leap into the unknown, a voyage based on whispers and sagas. What he finds will challenge everything we thought we knew about the first Europeans in America. Leif and his crew of Norsemen leave Greenland behind, their ship slicing through the frigid Atlantic waters. After weeks at sea, they finally reach a strange and unfamiliar coastline. It is nothing like the icy shores of Greenland or the volcanic landscapes of Iceland. This land is rich and green, with towering trees, wild rivers, and an abundance of resources. They call it Vinland, the land of wild grapes. To the Vikings, this is paradise. The Norsemen establish a small settlement, building simple wooden structures and exploring their new home. They hunt, fish, and gather resources, amazed at the abundance of nature around them. They find wild grapes, which is why they name the land Vinland, and they encounter animals they have never seen before. But they are not alone. The land is already inhabited by indigenous peoples, whom the Vikings call the Skrallings. These first encounters are tense, as the two groups size each other up. At first, there is trade. The Vikings offer metal tools and red cloth in exchange for furs and food. But as history has often shown, peaceful contact does not last forever. Tensions rise and small skirmishes break out between the Vikings and the indigenous tribes. The Norse warriors, fierce as they are, find themselves outnumbered. Unlike the later European colonizers, Leif and his men do not attempt to conquer or claim dominion over the land. They are explorers, not invaders. Realizing that their position is precarious, they eventually decide to abandon Vinland and return to Greenland. Their journey is remembered in Viking sagas, but over time, their discovery fades into legend. For centuries, historians dismissed the story of Leif Erikson as myth. But in 1960, a remarkable discovery changed everything. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lansog Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada. The site contained unmistakable evidence of Viking presence, iron nails, tools, and the remains of Norse-style buildings. The sagas were true. Leif Erikson had reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus. Yet, despite this proof, Columbus remained the man credited with discovering America. Why? Because history is written by the victors. The Norse did not stay, did not colonize, and did not bring lasting change to the Americas. Their voyage, while groundbreaking, did not alter the course of world history in the way Columbus's arrival did. The Spanish, with their vast empire, had the power to shape the narrative, to create a hero, and to erase inconvenient truths. But today, we know better. The evidence is clear. Leif Erikson was the first European to set foot in the New World. And yet, there are still more forgotten stories of early exploration waiting to be uncovered. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Vikings had chosen to stay, to build lasting settlements, to spread their culture across the continent? Would the Americas have seen an entirely different kind of European influence? The Norse were expert shipbuilders, warriors, and traders, yet they lacked the sheer numbers to maintain a colony so far from home. Their reliance on sporadic resupply from Greenland made them vulnerable, and their clashes with the indigenous peoples proved too dangerous. The decision to leave was pragmatic, but it also meant that their achievements would be buried under centuries of forgotten history. Still, traces of their presence linger. Some historians speculate that Norse explorers may have ventured even further south than Newfoundland, possibly reaching present-day New England or even farther along the Atlantic coast. Evidence is scarce, but oral traditions and scattered artifacts hint at the possibility. If true, it would mean that Leif Erikson's journey was just the beginning of a much longer and more extensive Viking presence in North America. And yet, Vinland remains an enigma. Why was its memory preserved in sagas but lost to mainstream history for so long? Why were later generations of Vikings unable or unwilling to return? The answers lie buried in time, waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to question the official story. One thing is certain, history is far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The truth, hidden beneath layers of myth and empire, is waiting to be rediscovered. The departure from Vinland was not the end of Norse exploration in the Americas. Although Leif Erikson and his crew had proven that land existed beyond the Western Ocean, the question remained, could it be settled? Could the Norse establish a foothold in this new world, or was Vinland destined to remain just an untamed frontier, too distant and too dangerous to maintain? The answer would come not from Leif himself, but from the generations that followed. One of the most fascinating figures in this story is Leif's younger brother Thorvald Eriksson. Unlike Leif, who had merely explored and mapped parts of Vinland, Thorvald sought to claim it. His ambition was not just to visit but to stay, to make Vinland a permanent extension of Norse influence. With a crew of warriors and settlers, he returned to the land his brother had discovered, determined to carve out a place for the Vikings in the New World. Thorvald and his men expanded the settlement, strengthening their structures and pushing further inland. At first, all seemed well. The resources were plentiful, the weather was milder than Greenland's, and the land itself appeared to hold great promise. But the same challenge that had driven Leif away remained: the indigenous inhabitants. Unlike Leif, who had managed a brief period of trade with the native peoples, Thorvald's expedition quickly fell into conflict. The Skrallings, as the Norse called them, did not take kindly to the outsiders expanding into their territory. Skirmishes erupted, and the consequences were deadly. In one of these clashes, Thorvald himself was struck by an arrow. As his men carried him back to their settlement, he is said to have looked over Vinland one last time and declared it a beautiful land before succumbing to his wounds. With their leader dead and their numbers dwindling, the Norse had no choice but to abandon their dream of permanent settlement. They buried Thorvald, burned what they could not take, and set sail back to Greenland. This second failed attempt to colonize the Americas left a deep mark on Norse history. The sagas, which had once spoken of a land of promise, now told of a land of danger. And so, over the next few decades, the Viking voyages to Vinland became fewer and fewer until they eventually stopped altogether. But what if Thorvald had succeeded? What if the Norse had managed to hold their ground, to establish a thriving colony that could have grown into something greater? The implications are staggering. A lasting Norse presence in the Americas could have altered the course of history entirely. Could they have expanded further south, trading and mingling with other indigenous civilizations? Could the Vikings have established an early European presence centuries before Columbus? The mind reels at the possibilities. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not just due to the resistance of the native peoples. There were deeper structural problems. Unlike the later European empires, the Norse did not have the centralized power or vast resources to support large-scale colonization. Greenland itself was a fragile outpost, dependent on supplies from Iceland and Norway. Supporting an even more distant colony in Vinland was simply beyond their capabilities. Their ships, while unmatched in speed and maneuverability, were not built to transport large numbers of settlers and supplies over vast distances for sustained periods. Despite these setbacks, the Norse presence in North America was not entirely forgotten. The stories lived on in the sagas, passed down through generations, dismissed as legend by many, but holding a kernel of truth. And as we now know, that kernel of truth was very real. The remains at Lansog Meadows are undeniable proof that the Vikings were here long before Columbus. Yet, because their settlement failed to persist, their role in American history remained largely overlooked. The legacy of these early Norse explorers is a haunting one. They were so close to changing history, so close to creating an alternate future where the Americas were connected to Europe centuries earlier. And yet, fate had other plans. Still, their story is not one of failure, but of daring, of adventure, of the relentless human spirit, pushing beyond the known world. And though they left, the echoes of their presence still remain, waiting for those who choose to listen. With the death of Thorvald Eriksson and the retreat of his men from Vinland, the Norse dream of settling the New World seemed all but over. But there was still one more attempt, one final effort to establish a permanent presence in the mysterious western lands. This time, it would not be a group of warriors leading the charge, but a woman, Gudrid Thorbjarnardóttir, one of the most remarkable and overlooked figures in Viking history. Unlike the previous expeditions, which were driven by exploration and conquest, Gudrid's journey to Vinland was driven by something far more fundamental: survival and family. She had already lived a life of adventure, having traveled from Iceland to Greenland, and now seeking a new beginning. Her husband Thorfinn Karlsefni was determined to succeed where Leif and Thorvald had failed. He gathered a group of settlers, men, women and children, hoping that a true colony, not just a temporary outpost, could take root in Vinland. The voyage was perilous, as all Norse crossings were. The North Atlantic was unforgiving, its waters capable of swallowing even the most seasoned sailors. But Karlsefni and Gudrid, along with their followers, endured the hardships and eventually arrived in Vinland. Unlike the previous Norse expeditions, which were mostly comprised of warriors and adventurers, this was a true settlement effort. They built homes, tended livestock, and prepared to stay for the long haul. For a while it seemed as though they might succeed where others had failed. One of the most extraordinary moments in this chapter of history was the birth of Snorri Thorfinnsson, the son of Gudrid and Karlsefni. Snorri was the first known child of European descent born in the Americas, a historical milestone that has been all but erased from common knowledge. His birth symbolized a bridge between two worlds, proof that Norse civilization had truly touched American soil in a way that went beyond mere exploration. But despite their efforts, despite their hopes, the same challenges that had plagued the previous expeditions soon emerged again. The indigenous peoples, wary of the newcomers, initially engaged in trade, but soon grew hostile. Clashes erupted, and once again, the Norse found themselves outnumbered. The sheer logistical challenge of maintaining a settlement so far from Greenland, combined with the constant threat of conflict, made it clear that they could not hold Vinland indefinitely. After 3 years of struggle, Karlsefni and Gudrid made the difficult decision to abandon the colony and return to Greenland. Their departure marked the end of the Norse attempts to settle North America. The dream of Vinland faded into legend, its memory preserved only in sagas that many later dismissed as myth. And yet, the evidence remains. The discovery of Norse artifacts, the ruins of settlements, and the genetic traces that some claim still linger in certain indigenous populations all point to a forgotten history that predates Columbus by centuries. What if Karlsefni's colony had endured? What if Vinland had grown into a thriving Norse settlement, firmly establishing European presence in the Americas long before 1492? Would history have played out differently? Would the balance of power in the world have shifted? These are questions that will forever remain unanswered, lost to the what-ifs of history. But one thing is certain: the Vikings were here. They walked these lands, built their homes, raised their children, and for a brief moment in time, they dared to dream of a future that was never meant to be. The Norse departure from Vinland marked the end of their direct presence in the New World, but it was not necessarily the end of their influence. While no lasting Viking settlements survived in North America, some historians believe that occasional contact between the Norse and indigenous peoples may have continued for some time. Stories persisted, both in Europe and among native groups, of encounters with strange seafaring outsiders. Could the echoes of Norse exploration have left more of a mark on history than we realize? One theory suggests that Viking voyages to North America did not stop entirely after the failure of the Vinland settlements. It is possible that occasional trips were made to harvest valuable resources. The sagas mention an abundance of timber in Vinland, a resource that Greenland sorely lacked. Some researchers speculate that Norse explorers may have continued to visit the coastlines of North America, cutting trees and bringing them back across the Atlantic. If true, this would mean that Viking contact with the New World persisted far longer than commonly assumed. There is also speculation that the Norse may have traveled further than Newfoundland. Some artifacts, including a Norse-style penny found in Maine, suggest possible trade or indirect contact. While skeptics argue that such finds could have arrived through later European interactions, they leave open the possibility that Viking influence extended beyond what has been archaeologically proven. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the memory of Vinland faded. Without a permanent settlement or a sustained effort to colonize the new lands, the story of the Viking voyages became little more than legend. Medieval maps showed vast unknown spaces beyond Greenland, but no widespread European exploration of the Americas followed in the wake of the Norse expeditions. The world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion, but what if it had been? What if the Vikings had found a way to maintain their foothold in North America? If they had been able to trade, grow, and expand, the entire course of world history could have been different. Would the Norse have been the ones to establish the first European empires in the Americas? Would the indigenous civilizations have had a different fate, encountering a different kind of European society centuries before Columbus? The possibilities are endless. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not a failure of navigation, bravery, or even technology. It was a failure of circumstances. The Vikings were expert explorers, but lacked the large organized states that would later drive European colonization. Their presence in North America, though real, was fleeting, too isolated, too fragile to withstand the forces of time. Yet their story endures. Today, Lev Erikson is recognized in both historical accounts and popular culture as the true first European to reach the Americas. His legacy, along with that of the other Norse explorers who followed him, serves as a reminder that history is often far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The Vikings reached the shores of a vast uncharted world, but history was not yet ready for them, and so their discovery remained in the shadows, waiting for the day when the world would finally acknowledge what had been known for centuries in whispers and sagas. Centuries passed, and the story of Vinland became little more than a fading legend, whispered among the Norse and largely forgotten by the rest of the world. But while the Vikings did not establish a lasting presence in North America, their influence may have rippled further than we once believed. What if the Norse contact with the indigenous peoples of North America left traces not just in sagas, but in the very fabric of history itself? One of the most intriguing possibilities is the idea that knowledge of Vinland may have filtered into the wider European consciousness long before Columbus set sail. Though medieval Europe was largely uninterested in transatlantic exploration at the time, maps and oral traditions had a way of persisting. Some scholars have speculated that hints of Vinland's existence may have reached the cartographers and thinkers of the later medieval period. Could Columbus himself have heard whispers of lands to the west from the remnants of these ancient stories? There is some evidence to suggest that European seafarers, particularly those from the British Isles and Portugal, had knowledge of lands beyond the Atlantic before 1492. Though unproven, there are accounts of Basque fishermen possibly reaching the rich waters near Newfoundland in search of cod long before the official age of discovery. Could these early mariners have stumbled upon lands first scouted by the Norse centuries before? Meanwhile, in the indigenous cultures of North America, there are tantalizing hints of encounters with seafaring outsiders. Some Native American oral traditions describe pale-skinned visitors arriving by boat long before the arrival of Columbus. While these accounts are difficult to verify, they align with what we know about Viking explorations and suggest that their presence, however brief, may have left a lasting impression on the indigenous peoples they encountered. Perhaps even more intriguing is the question of whether Viking artifacts, technologies, or even genetic traces may have made their way deeper into the Americas. While no direct evidence has confirmed Norse integration into indigenous cultures, isolated findings, such as metal objects in areas where no native metallurgy existed, raise questions about possible trade or cultural exchange. Could the Vikings have unknowingly influenced the civilizations that would later rise to prominence in North America? The idea that the Norse were merely visitors who left no lasting impact on the New World may be an oversimplification. Their presence may have been fleeting, but history is not always written in the form of permanent settlements. It is also written in ideas, stories, and subtle influences that shape the course of events in ways we may never fully understand. Despite the growing body of evidence supporting the reality of Viking voyages to North America, the world remained fixated on the narrative of Columbus. The discovery of the New World had become a story of empire, wealth, and conquest, something the Norse had never pursued in Vinland. But had circumstances been different, had they found a way to survive and expand, how different would history look today? The real discovery of America was not a single moment, nor was it the achievement of just one man. It was a slow, complex process involving multiple civilizations over thousands of years. The Vikings were part of that story, even if their role was forgotten for centuries. Today the truth is finally coming to light, but there is still more to uncover, more to question, and more to explore. The Norse may have left Vinland behind, but their story is far from over. As the centuries rolled on, the knowledge of the Norse expeditions to North America faded into obscurity. The great European powers, focused on internal struggles and expansion within the known world, had little interest in tales of distant lands explored by a long-gone people. Yet the echoes of these early voyages lingered, buried in forgotten manuscripts and ancient maps that hinted at lands beyond the Atlantic. One such artifact is the Vinland map, a controversial document that surfaced in the 20th century. It purportedly depicts a landmass to the west of Greenland, labeled as Vinland, drawn centuries before Columbus. While the map's authenticity has been hotly debated, its existence raises an intriguing question: were there those in medieval Europe who still knew of the Norse voyages, even if mainstream history had cast them aside? Even without definitive proof of widespread knowledge, scattered hints remain. Medieval Norse sagas, though sometimes dismissed as embellished storytelling, contained remarkably accurate details about the geography of North America. The descriptions of Vinland's rich resources, vast forests, and even encounters with indigenous peoples suggest that these were not mere myths but retellings of real events. The question remains, why did no other European power act on this knowledge? Part of the answer lies in timing. The Norse, though formidable explorers, lacked the political and economic backing needed to sustain long-term expansion across the Atlantic. Unlike the centralized monarchies of Spain and Portugal in later centuries, the Viking world was fragmented, reliant on local chieftains rather than empire-building kings. By the time Europe developed the means and motivation for large-scale transatlantic exploration, the Norse voyages were little more than a whisper in history. But had circumstances been different, had a unified Scandinavian power seized the opportunity, the map of the world might look very different today. Even without permanent Norse colonies, the possibility remains that their influence stretched further than we currently recognize. Could later explorers have unknowingly followed in Viking footsteps? Did rumors of Western lands, passed down through generations, inspire others to seek out the unknown? While Columbus is credited with ushering in the age of European expansion in the Americas, his journey was built on a foundation of existing knowledge, speculation, and centuries-old seafaring traditions. The Norse had already proven that crossing the Atlantic was possible. What they lacked was the means to make the world remember. As historians continue to uncover new evidence, the story of America's discovery grows more complex. The Norse may not have changed the course of history in their time, but their voyages were a crucial chapter in the larger saga of human exploration. Their legacy, once nearly forgotten, is now being reclaimed, reminding us that history is never as simple as it seems. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained little more than a distant memory, preserved only in the sagas of Iceland and the scattered whispers of medieval maps. Yet, while Europe largely forgot about Vinland, the people who lived in the lands the Vikings once visited carried their own accounts of these early encounters. Oral traditions among indigenous groups speak of pale-skinned visitors arriving from the sea, staying for a time, and then vanishing as mysteriously as they came. Could these stories be remnants of the Viking presence in North America? The indigenous peoples of the Northeast, including the Mi'kmaq and Innu, have legends that align closely with what we know of the Norse expeditions. Some describe strange bearded men arriving in large wooden boats, different from anything seen before. They brought with them unfamiliar tools and weapons, yet they struggled to survive in the harsh new environment. Conflict was inevitable. These newcomers did not understand the ways of the land, nor did they comprehend the power structures and customs of those who had lived there for thousands of years. While most of what we know about Norse interactions with indigenous peoples comes from the sagas, these accounts are told from the perspective of the Vikings themselves. The sagas describe the Skrellings, a term the Norse used for the native inhabitants of Vinland. Initially there were attempts at peaceful trade, but tensions quickly escalated. In one instance, a Viking is said to have frightened a group of Skrellings by showing them the power of Norse weaponry. In another, the Norse attacked an indigenous camp, only to be driven away by superior numbers. What is clear is that these encounters were brief and filled with mutual distrust. The Norse, used to the tactics of European warfare, were unprepared for the indigenous people's methods of fighting, which relied on speed, knowledge of the terrain, and overwhelming numbers. The Vikings had the advantage in weapons and armor, but they were far from home, outnumbered and vulnerable. Eventually, they abandoned their settlements, retreating back to Greenland and leaving the land to its original inhabitants. But was that truly the end of Viking contact with North America? Some historians believe that even after the main expeditions ceased, Small groups of Norse traders or explorers may have continued to visit these shores. The Greenland settlements persisted for centuries, and the need for timber and other resources was constant. Could it be that, long after the failed Vinland colony, Norse ships still made the journey, engaging in trade with indigenous groups, and perhaps even influencing their societies in subtle ways? The idea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Archaeological finds suggest that Norse artifacts, such as iron tools and woven cloth, have been discovered far beyond Landsort Meadows, the only confirmed Norse site in North America. Some of these objects were found in indigenous sites far inland, raising the possibility that they were traded from group to group, their origins becoming lost over time. If true, it means that while the Vikings themselves did not stay, their impact may have lasted much longer than we assume. History is rarely as simple as a single discovery, a single moment, or a single person. The Norse came to North America, and though they did not stay, they left behind stories, artifacts, and perhaps even traces in the oral histories of the people they encountered. The echoes of their voyages still linger, waiting to be fully uncovered. As we continue to re-examine the past, we must ask how much of history has been forgotten, waiting just beneath the surface for us to rediscover. The Norse may have abandoned their settlements in North America, but their story did not end there. As the Viking Age faded, so too did the knowledge of their transatlantic voyages. However, history has a way of preserving fragments of the past in unexpected ways. While medieval Europe largely forgot about Vinland, hints of its existence persisted in ways that would later spark curiosity and debate. One of the most enduring mysteries is the presence of Norse artifacts in locations far beyond their known settlements. A Norse penny dating back to the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, minted between 1065 and 1080, was discovered in a Native American site in Maine. The site itself dates back centuries after the Vikings were known to have explored North America, suggesting that the coin was traded extensively among indigenous peoples before being lost to time. How did it travel so far? Was it part of a larger network of trade that stretched further than we ever imagined? Archaeologists have also uncovered evidence of metalworking in indigenous sites that predate European colonization. The Vikings were among the few people in the region at the time who had the ability to forge iron tools, leading some researchers to speculate that they may have shared their knowledge, intentionally or not. Did Norse explorers influence native technologies in ways that have yet to be fully understood? Another intriguing clue comes from maps. Some medieval cartographers created maps that, in hindsight, seem to depict landmasses that strongly resemble the northeastern coast of North America. One of the most famous examples is the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century. While its authenticity remains debated, it is part of a broader pattern of pre-Columbian maps that depict western lands long before Columbus's voyages. Could it be that knowledge of the Norse voyages to Vinland never fully disappeared? Perhaps it survived, hidden within obscure texts whispered among seafarers, or even passed down through indigenous oral traditions. If so, it raises an even bigger question: did Columbus himself have access to these forgotten stories? Some historians believe that Columbus may have encountered references to Vinland in old maritime lore, or even in written documents. He was known to have consulted a wide range of sources, including ancient and medieval texts that speculated about lands beyond the Atlantic. While there is no direct evidence that he knew about the Norse expeditions, the possibility remains that he was influenced, perhaps unknowingly, by knowledge that had persisted in the shadows of history. The rediscovery of the Norse in North America did not happen overnight. For centuries, their voyages were dismissed as myths or exaggerated tales. It was only in the 20th century, with the excavation of Landsort Meadows, that undeniable proof emerged. Yet even now, the full extent of their journeys remains unknown. Were there more settlements, lost to time? Did they travel further than we realize? How much of their story is still waiting to be uncovered? History is not just about what we know, it is also about what we have yet to learn. The Norse voyages to North America remind us that the past is full of surprises, that the stories we take for granted are often incomplete, and that sometimes the greatest discoveries are the ones that challenge everything we thought we knew. As the centuries passed, the knowledge of the Norse voyages faded almost entirely from European memory. The sagas once recited in the great halls of Iceland and Greenland became mere folklore, their details lost in time. Yet, across the Atlantic, the lands the Vikings once touched continued to be inhabited by the indigenous peoples who had been there long before and would remain long after. To them, these strange visitors from the east were but a fleeting presence in a much larger history. But were the Norse truly forgotten, or did their story continue in ways we have yet to fully understand? Some historians argue that echoes of the Norse presence in North America persisted in unexpected ways. Among the indigenous peoples of the northeastern seaboard, certain oral traditions tell of encounters with foreign seafarers who came from across the ocean, bringing with them unfamiliar tools, weapons, and ways of living. Could these stories be fragmented memories of Viking visitors passed down through generations? Some scholars believe so, though others argue that these legends could just as easily refer to later European explorers. Further evidence that the Norse may have influenced the world beyond their immediate presence comes from the movement of goods and ideas. The Norse were skilled traders, known for their ability to navigate vast distances. If they continued visiting the shores of North America, even sporadically, did they leave behind knowledge, materials, or traditions that subtly shaped the societies they encountered? There are also intriguing but controversial suggestions that Norse contact with the Americas may have gone further south than commonly believed. Some speculative theories propose that Viking explorers, either intentionally or by accident, reached beyond Newfoundland and into more temperate regions. While there is no solid proof, scattered accounts from early European explorers suggest that indigenous groups in regions far south of Newfoundland had knowledge of white-skinned, bearded men long before Columbus arrived. Could it be that the Norse left behind a greater legacy than we have recognized? The search for definitive evidence continues. Archaeologists have made several discoveries that challenge previous assumptions, such as Viking-style artifacts found in areas beyond known settlements. Some of these could be trade goods passed from group to group, but others raise deeper questions about whether Norse activity in the New World was more extensive than currently documented. One of the most compelling aspects of history is how much remains unknown. The Norse voyages to North America were once dismissed as legend, yet we now know they were real. What else, hidden in ancient maps, buried artifacts, or the oral histories of those who lived through these times, has yet to be uncovered? The more we learn, the more we realize that history is not a fixed story, but an evolving puzzle, one that still holds secrets waiting to be revealed. The Norse voyages to North America might have faded from mainstream history, but traces of their legacy remained, hidden in folklore, scattered across archaeological sites, and embedded in the very landscapes they once walked. While no lasting Norse colony was established, their brief presence left ripples that would not fully disappear. The story of the Vikings in the New World was not over, even if the world had seemingly forgotten it. For centuries, the sagas were the only written records of these voyages. They spoke of vast lands beyond Greenland, rich with resources, yet filled with dangers. The stories of Lech Eriksson, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and Freydis Eriksdottir painted a picture of adventure, conflict, and ultimately retreat. But were the sagas entirely accurate, or had they been altered over generations of retelling? Modern archaeology has confirmed many details of these Norse expeditions, particularly with the discovery of Lance Ork Meadows in Newfoundland. But what of the other locations described in the sagas? Were there additional Viking settlements still waiting to be found? Some researchers believe that evidence of Norse activity may exist further south along the Atlantic coast, but conclusive proof remains elusive. Beyond archaeology, the influence of Norse exploration may have lingered in ways more difficult to trace. Some indigenous oral traditions recall encounters with foreign sailors long before Columbus. These stories, passed down through generations, describe interactions with pale-skinned people who arrived in great boats, carrying strange tools and weapons. Could these be echoes of the Viking presence? While the accounts cannot be verified with certainty, they suggest that the Norse may not have been entirely forgotten by those they encountered. There is also the matter of unexplained artifacts. The Norse penny found in Maine, a relic from the late 11th century, raises intriguing questions about trade and movement. Did Vikings venture further into the continent, or was their presence known indirectly through indigenous trade networks? Some suggest that Norse iron tools or shipbuilding techniques may have influenced native groups in subtle ways, though this remains a topic of debate. As scholars continue to piece together the Viking footprint in North America, one thing remains clear: the Norse were not merely mythical figures in a forgotten legend. They were real explorers, driven by ambition, curiosity, and survival. Their failure to establish a lasting presence in the New World was not due to a lack of skill or courage, but rather the immense challenges of distance, climate, and conflict. Had history unfolded differently, the Vikings might have become the first European empire in the Americas. Instead, their voyages became whispers in time, waiting to be rediscovered. But history has a way of revealing itself, and with every new discovery, the truth behind these early explorers comes into sharper focus. The story of the Norse voyages to North America was not just about discovery, it was about survival, adaptation, and the limits of human endurance. Unlike later European explorers who arrived with the backing of powerful monarchies, the Vikings who ventured to Vinland were small bands of seafarers, relying on their own resourcefulness to navigate an unfamiliar world. Their attempts to settle in this new land may have failed, but their impact on history would not be erased so easily. One of the most intriguing questions surrounding the Norse presence in North America is whether their brief encounters left any lasting mark on the indigenous peoples they met. Did the Vikings introduce new ideas, tools, or even legends that persisted long after they had disappeared? Some historians argue that while the Norse did not stay, their presence may have influenced native societies in subtle but significant ways. The sagas describe fierce battles between the Norse and the indigenous people they called Skrallings. But conflict was not the only possibility. The Norse were traders by nature, and it is likely that at least some peaceful exchanges took place. Could the Vikings have introduced iron tools or shipbuilding techniques that were later adopted or adapted by native groups? Some archaeological sites suggest limited interaction, but the evidence remains scarce. Further complicating the picture are the unexplained artifacts that have surfaced in regions far beyond where the Vikings were known to have settled. Norse-style objects like the famous Maine penny hint at possible trade routes that extended deep into the continent. While skeptics argue that these items could have been introduced much later, their presence raises fascinating questions about how far Norse influence may have reached. Even more intriguing are the cultural echoes that some researchers believe can be traced back to the Norse. Certain indigenous myths speak of bearded, pale-skinned visitors who arrived in large boats and brought both gifts and violence. Could these be distorted memories of Viking explorers, preserved through oral traditions. While no definitive proof exists, the possibility remains tantalizing. Despite their early presence, the Norse expeditions to North America did not lead to a lasting European foothold. Unlike later explorers who arrived with larger populations and stronger logistical support, the Vikings lacked the numbers to establish permanent colonies. Their settlements were fragile, dependent on resupply from Greenland, and ultimately unsustainable. The forces of nature, conflict with indigenous groups, and sheer isolation all played a role in their eventual retreat. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Norse had managed to maintain a permanent presence in North America? If they had been able to sustain trade, form alliances, and grow their settlements, the course of history could have been dramatically altered. European expansion into the Americas might have begun centuries earlier, reshaping the balance of power between the old and new worlds in ways we can only speculate about. The reality, however, is that the Norse presence in North America was brief, just a fleeting chapter in the vast story of exploration. But even as history seemed to forget them, the truth of their voyages remained, buried in ancient texts and hidden beneath the soil, waiting for the world to rediscover what had been known for centuries. As time passed and the Norse abandoned their dreams of Vinland, the world continued to turn, unaware of the fleeting moment when Europeans had first set foot on the American continent. The sagas that spoke of these journeys faded into myth, dismissed by scholars and overshadowed by later explorers who arrived with the full weight of European empires behind them. Yet, buried beneath centuries of forgetfulness, the truth of the Viking voyages to North America remained, waiting for rediscovery. In the centuries that followed, Europe underwent profound changes. The rise of centralized monarchies, advancements in navigation, and an increasing thirst for expansion set the stage for what would become the Age of Exploration. When Christopher Columbus set sail in 1492, his voyage was fueled by a belief that the world beyond Europe was ripe for conquest. But what if he had known that, centuries earlier, Norse explorers had already reached these lands? Would history have unfolded differently if their achievements had been widely recognized? Unlike the grand fleets of Spain and Portugal, the Norse expeditions were small and fragile. They lacked the backing of a powerful state, the infrastructure to sustain long-term colonization, and the sheer numbers needed to establish a permanent presence. Their departure from Vinland was not a failure of courage or skill, but rather a reflection of the limitations of their time. The world simply was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion on a large scale. But if the Vikings had stayed, how would history have changed? Would the cultures of Europe and North America have merged centuries earlier? Would the indigenous peoples have been able to forge stronger defenses against later European incursions? These are questions that remain unanswered, existing only in the realm of speculation. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Norse legacy is the question of whether their influence persisted beyond their departure. While no definitive evidence exists, some researchers believe that knowledge of their voyages may have subtly shaped European thought. Did whispers of Vinland inspire later explorers? Did the legends of a land across the sea encourage Columbus to press forward with his journey, even as others doubted him? Some have even speculated that traces of Norse influence could be found in European maps predating Columbus. A handful of medieval cartographic records depict landmasses beyond Greenland, suggesting that some knowledge of the western lands had trickled through the centuries. While these maps remain controversial, they add another layer of mystery to an already complex history. For centuries, the tale of the Norse voyages was lost, buried beneath waves of new exploration and conquest. But history has a way of revealing itself. With each new archaeological discovery, with every fragment of evidence unearthed, the world is forced to acknowledge that Columbus was not the first European to set foot in the Americas. The Vikings had come before, braving the vast Atlantic, stepping onto unknown shores, and leaving behind a legacy that, though nearly forgotten, refused to vanish completely. The truth, once hidden in the shadows, is now emerging. The world is finally beginning to recognize the full extent of the Norse achievement. And yet, even as we uncover more about their journeys, questions remain. What else have we yet to discover? What secrets still lie buried, waiting for the day when they too will come to light? As the centuries passed, the Norse presence in North America faded from memory, their brief exploration overshadowed by the grand narratives of European expansion that would come much later. Yet, while history seemed to forget the Viking voyages, traces of their journeys remained, hidden in the land they once walked, in the stories passed down through generations, and in the artifacts waiting to be uncovered beneath the earth. The Norse had been there, and though time had buried their story, it was not erased. For those who sought the truth, there were clues, small scattered pieces of evidence that hinted at something greater. Landsok Meadows had been the first undeniable proof that the sagas were not merely legend, but rooted in reality. But what about the other locations described in the ancient texts? Where was the land of Markland, said to be rich in timber? Where was the fabled Vinland, the land of wild grapes and endless opportunity? Had these places been lost to history, or were they simply waiting to be rediscovered? The search for Vinland became one of history's greatest mysteries, drawing explorers, archaeologists, and scholars into an endless debate. Some believed Vinland was located further south, in modern-day Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, or even as far as New England. Others argued that it may have been a broader region rather than a single settlement. The sagas spoke of fertile lands and a climate that could support crops, details that suggested a location beyond the harsh conditions of Newfoundland. But without concrete evidence, the exact whereabouts of Vinland remained elusive. Yet, despite the uncertainty, one thing was clear: the Norse had pushed further into the New World than previously believed. Artifacts such as the Main Penny, a small Norse coin found in an indigenous archaeological site, suggested that trade or indirect contact may have extended beyond their known settlements. Some researchers even speculated that Norse travelers had ventured deep into the continent, their presence faintly recorded in the oral traditions of indigenous tribes. Could it be that the Vikings had left more of a legacy than we realized? While mainstream history largely ignored the Viking voyages for centuries, whispers of their expeditions persisted. In some European intellectual circles, there were those who believed the sagas contained truth. Maps from the Middle Ages depicted lands beyond Greenland, lands that seemed to match descriptions of Vinland. Was it possible that Columbus himself had heard of these tales? That the idea of land across the Atlantic had been planted in his mind long before his own fateful journey? While there is no definitive proof, the idea remains a compelling one. The Vikings may not have stayed in North America, but their story did. It remained in the fragments of history, in the clues left behind, waiting for someone to piece them together. And as new discoveries continue to emerge, the world is forced to reconsider the past. The Norse were not mere myths or footnotes in history. They were explorers, pioneers who reached a land that few believed existed. Their journey was not just one of adventure, but of proof that the world was far larger, far more interconnected than medieval minds could comprehend. For too long, the story of the first Europeans in the Americas was left incomplete. But history has a way of revealing itself, and the further we dig, the closer we come to uncovering the full truth of what really happened when the Vikings set sail into the unknown. The rediscovery of the Norse presence in North America was not a sudden revelation, but a slow unraveling of history, a puzzle pieced together from fragments scattered across centuries. For hundreds of years, the idea that Vikings had reached the Americas before Columbus was dismissed as mere legend, a fanciful tale preserved in the sagas, but lacking any real historical weight. And yet the evidence was always there, waiting for someone to take it seriously. When Landsark Meadows was unearthed in the 1960s, it was the first undeniable proof that the sagas had told the truth. The Norse had indeed crossed the Atlantic, settled briefly, and then vanished. But even as the site was excavated, new questions arose. If the Vikings had made it this far, could they have gone even further? And if they had, why was there so little left behind? One theory suggests that while the Norse failed to establish permanent settlements, they may have maintained seasonal camps for years, perhaps even generations. The sagas mention repeated trips to Vinland, voyages that brought supplies and resources back to Greenland and Iceland. Could it be that the Vikings saw the New World not as a place to colonize, but as a land to exploit, a distant and dangerous frontier that was valuable but too hostile to tame? If so, their presence in North America might have been more significant than we realize, just not in the way history usually records. There are also hints that Norse explorers may have left traces beyond what archaeology has confirmed. Some scholars have pointed to linguistic clues, suggesting that certain indigenous words or traditions bear subtle echoes of Norse influence. Others have examined genetic markers, wondering if Viking bloodlines might still persist in remote regions. These ideas remain speculative, but they raise fascinating questions about the true extent of the Viking footprint in the New World. Despite the growing body of evidence, mainstream history continued to resist the idea of a pre-Columbian European presence in North America. Columbus's voyage had become too entrenched in the global narrative, his discovery too foundational to the modern world's understanding of itself. Acknowledging the Viking expeditions would mean rewriting that story, and for many, that was a step too far. But the truth, once unearthed, cannot be buried again. As new discoveries emerge, as more pieces of the puzzle come to light, the world is beginning to recognize what the sagas have claimed all along, that the Vikings reached the Americas centuries before Columbus, that they walked its shores, built their homes, and left behind a legacy that, though faint, still lingers in the shadows of history. The question now is not whether the Norse came to America, but how much we have yet to discover about their journeys. What else lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to rewrite the past once again? As more evidence emerged, and the world slowly began to acknowledge the Viking presence in North America, the question shifted from whether the Norse had arrived to what exactly they had done during their time there. The sagas tell stories of exploration, settlement, and conflict, but they leave many details unclear. How far did the Norse truly venture? Did they interact with indigenous peoples in ways beyond mere skirmishes? And most importantly, why did they leave? Archaeological discoveries at Landsark Meadows provided a glimpse into the Norse presence, revealing remnants of homes, tools, and evidence of metalworking. But beyond this site, tangible proof of Viking activity remains elusive. Some researchers believe that Vinland was not a single location, but a broader region, encompassing various sites along the North American coast. If so, there may still be undiscovered settlements, hidden beneath layers of earth and time, waiting for someone to find them. The sagas describe encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called Skraelings. These interactions were not always peaceful. The Vikings, accustomed to warfare and raiding, may have approached these new lands with the same mindset they had in Europe. But unlike in England or Ireland, where they faced fragmented kingdoms, the indigenous groups in North America were well adapted to their environment, had strong networks, and vastly outnumbered the Norse explorers. Clashes were inevitable, and the Vikings, lacking reinforcements or a steady supply chain, were at a severe disadvantage. Yet not all encounters were violent. Some historians speculate that limited trade may have occurred, with the Norse exchanging metal tools or other goods for furs and supplies. The possibility of cultural exchanges, though difficult to prove, remains intriguing. Did the Norse introduce new technologies or ideas? Did they learn survival skills from the indigenous people that helped them endure in these unfamiliar lands? These are questions that remain unanswered, but continue to drive research into the Viking presence in the New World. Ultimately, the Norse departure from North America was not a result of failure in navigation or survival skills. Rather, it was a recognition of the logistical and geopolitical reality of their time. Unlike later European colonial efforts, which were backed by powerful monarchies and expansive naval fleets, the Norse were relatively isolated. Greenland itself was a precarious settlement, reliant on trade with Iceland and Norway. With Vinland too far to sustain and too dangerous to hold, the Vikings abandoned their ambitions and returned to more familiar lands. But even in their absence, their legacy remained. The stories of their journeys survived in oral tradition and later in written sagas, keeping alive the memory of the first Europeans to set foot on American soil. And though their impact may have been fleeting, their presence was undeniable. The Norse had crossed the Atlantic centuries before Columbus, proving that the world was connected in ways few had imagined. And while they may not have established an empire, they had left behind a chapter of history that, though nearly forgotten, would one day be rediscovered. As time passed, the Norse voyages to North America became little more than fading echoes in history. The brief attempt at settlement in Vinland did not spark a lasting colony, and the Viking explorers returned to their familiar lands. But the question remains, what if they had stayed? What if history had taken a different turn and the Norse had succeeded in planting permanent roots in the New World? Would the course of global history have been irrevocably altered? The reality of Viking expansion in North America was shaped by forces beyond mere exploration. Unlike the later European colonial empires, the Norse lacked the political and logistical infrastructure to support long-term settlement overseas. Their presence in Greenland was tenuous at best, and their connections to the broader Scandinavian world were fragile. In contrast, the indigenous peoples of North America had well-established societies, vast knowledge of the land, and the numbers to resist a small group of foreign settlers. While the Vikings were formidable warriors, they were vastly outnumbered, and without reinforcements, their hold on Vinland was unsustainable. Yet, had circumstances been different, if the Norse had established stronger trade routes, if they had formed alliances with indigenous groups, if they had found a way to sustain their settlements, history might have unfolded in an entirely different way. Some historians speculate that a successful Viking colony in North America could have created a bridge between the Old and New Worlds centuries before Columbus. Cultural exchanges, trade networks, and even early globalization could have reshaped the development of both continents. There is even the possibility that later European expansion might have been influenced by Viking presence. Would the kingdoms of Europe have turned their attention westward sooner if they had known of an established Norse colony across the Atlantic? Would the course of indigenous history have changed had they encountered the Norse rather than the Spanish and Portuguese in the 15th and 16th centuries? These are questions that remain in the realm of speculation, but they highlight the immense potential of the Viking voyages, an opportunity that slipped through history's grasp. Despite their failure to establish a lasting presence, the Norse did prove one thing: transatlantic travel was possible. Their journeys across the North Atlantic paved the way for later explorers, showing that the seemingly endless ocean had shores beyond the horizon. Though largely forgotten for centuries, their legacy endured in the sagas, waiting to be rediscovered by a world that had long credited Columbus with being the first European to set foot in the Americas. As the centuries passed, the memory of Vinland faded. The Vikings continued their raids and expansion in Europe, and their brief foothold in North America became little more than legend. But history is not always written in stone, and truth has a way of resurfacing. The Norse had reached the New World, and even if they did not stay, their journey was real. It was only a matter of time before the world would recognize their place in the grand story of exploration. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained largely forgotten, buried beneath the weight of history and overshadowed by later European explorations. While the sagas preserved their stories, they were dismissed as myths, exaggerated tales passed down through generations. But history has a way of uncovering the truth, and as the pieces of the Viking puzzle began to emerge, the world was forced to reconsider what it thought it knew about the discovery of the New World. The first major challenge to the established narrative came not from archaeology, but from scholarship. In the 19th century, historians and researchers began revisiting the Old Norse sagas with a more critical eye. They noticed details that, while once dismissed as fiction, aligned with real geographic locations. The descriptions of Vinland's lush forests and mild climate did not match Greenland or Iceland, but seemed to describe somewhere further west. The pieces of the puzzle were there, it just took time for someone to put them together. But the true breakthrough came in the 1960s, when a team of archaeologists led by Helge and Anne Stein Ingstad uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lance Og Meadows in Newfoundland. For the first time, physical evidence confirmed what the sagas had long claimed: the Vikings had indeed reached North America. The site contained remnants of Norse-style buildings, iron nails and tools, clear proof that the sagas were not mere legend, but historical accounts of real voyages. Yet even as the discovery of Lance Og Meadows rewrote history, new mysteries emerged. The site, while significant, seemed small, a temporary outpost rather than a true colony. Where were the other settlements mentioned in the sagas? Had they been lost to time, eroded by the elements, or perhaps never built at all? And what of the indigenous peoples the Norse had encountered? The lack of extensive evidence suggested that any contact had been brief, perhaps cautious, and ultimately unsustainable. Despite the undeniable proof of the Norse in North America, mainstream history was slow to adjust. The idea that Columbus had discovered America was too deeply embedded in the Western narrative, and the Viking voyages were often treated as a fascinating footnote rather than a transformative event. But as more scholars revisited the topic, the true scope of the Norse exploration became harder to ignore. Columbus may have initiated permanent European contact with the Americas, but he was not the first to set foot on its shores. That honor belonged to the Norse, nearly 500 years earlier. Today, the acknowledgement of Viking exploration is no longer in doubt, but questions remain. Did the Norse travel further than we have evidence for? Did they attempt to return after abandoning Vinland? Could there be yet undiscovered traces of their presence hidden beneath the forests and soil of North America? As archaeology advances and technology allows for new methods of exploration, the full story of the Viking journeys may still have more to reveal. The past is not a fixed narrative, it is a collection of truths waiting to be uncovered. The discovery of Lance Og Meadows proved beyond doubt that the Norse had reached North America, but it also raised a question that still haunts historians and archaeologists today. Was this the only Viking outpost, or were there others yet to be found? The sagas suggest that Vinland was more than just one settlement, describing a land rich in resources, stretching far beyond the windswept coast of Newfoundland. Could it be that other Norse settlements existed but have been lost to time? Some tantalizing clues suggest this might be the case. A single Norse-style penny was found in Maine, a long way from Lance Og Meadows, leading to speculation about trade or indirect contact with indigenous peoples. There have been reports of Norse artifacts discovered along the eastern seaboard of North America, though many remain unverified or controversial. If additional Norse sites existed, they may have been small, temporary, or eroded by centuries of natural forces, leaving little trace behind. The challenge of locating further evidence is immense. Unlike the large permanent colonies established by later European powers, the Norse settlements were likely seasonal and sparsely populated. Without lasting stone structures or widespread human activity, much of their presence could have been reclaimed by nature. The forests, rivers, and shifting landscapes of North America may have hidden their traces forever. Even if no new sites are ever uncovered, the Norse voyages represent a remarkable achievement in human exploration. Centuries before Columbus, the Vikings proved that the Atlantic was not an impassable barrier, but a bridge between worlds. They sailed beyond the known limits of their time, venturing into the unknown without maps, compasses, or the backing of powerful empires. They were not just raiders and warriors, but explorers willing to push the boundaries of their world. As the modern world recognizes their contributions, the legacy of the Norse in North America continues to evolve. With new technologies like satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced dating methods, the possibility of finding more evidence remains alive. Future discoveries may yet confirm that Vinland was more than just a brief Norse endeavor, that it was a connection, however fleeting, between two continents long before history recorded it. The story of the Norse in North America is one of ambition, hardship, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. While their presence may have been brief, it was significant. They were the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of a land that centuries later would become the focus of global exploration, colonization, and cultural transformation. Their voyages may not have changed the course of history in their time, but they proved one thing beyond all doubt. The world was far more connected than anyone had dared to imagine. As the final chapter of this forgotten history unfolds, we are left with one undeniable truth. The Norse were the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Their voyages, once dismissed as legend, are now cemented as historical fact. Yet their presence in the New World was brief, a fleeting encounter with a land that would remain untouched by European hands for nearly 500 more years. The question that lingers is not whether they made it to America, but why they failed to stay. The answer lies in a complex interplay of circumstances that shaped their fate. The Norse were skilled sailors and fierce warriors, but they lacked the resources and manpower to establish a lasting colony. Their numbers were too few, their supply lines too fragile, and the resistance from indigenous peoples too strong. Unlike the later European empires, they had no central authority to fund and support expansion, no fleets of ships to send reinforcements, no overwhelming technological advantage to impose their will. They were explorers, not conquerors. Though they had the courage to cross the Atlantic, courage alone was not enough to build an enduring presence in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Another key factor in their failure to stay was the environment itself. The lands they encountered were vastly different from Greenland, Iceland, or Scandinavia. The dense forests, unpredictable climate, and unfamiliar wildlife presented challenges they were ill prepared for. Hunting and fishing were possible, but sustaining a colony over time required reliable agriculture, something the Norse had difficulty maintaining in a region where seasons were different from those in their homelands. Without steady sources of food, their settlements remained fragile, vulnerable to any hardships that might arise. The indigenous peoples also played a significant role in shaping the Norse experience in North America. The sagas speak of tense encounters with the Skrælings, the term the Norse used for the native inhabitants. These early meetings were marked by a mix of curiosity and violence. Though the Norse attempted to trade, misunderstandings and conflict soon escalated, making peaceful coexistence difficult. Unlike the later European powers, the Norse did not have the numbers or the military superiority to impose their will upon the native populations. With each encounter, the dangers of remaining in Vinland grew more apparent. The Norse were not prepared for sustained conflict, and without reinforcements from their distant homeland, they knew their time in this new world was limited. The knowledge of their discovery did not spread widely. With no lasting colony, no great wealth returning to Greenland or Iceland, and no written records outside of the sagas, their achievements faded into obscurity. The medieval world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion. Trade and warfare dominated European priorities, and the distant memory of Vinland was buried beneath the weight of time. The Norse, though they had reached a new continent, left behind no great empire, no enduring footprint. They were too far ahead of their time for the world to recognize the significance of their journey. But history is never truly lost. The sagas passed down through generations kept the story alive. The ruins of Lance og Meadows stood as silent testimony to a truth waiting to be rediscovered. And when the world finally turned its eyes back to these ancient voyages, the legacy of the Norse was restored. Leif Erikson and his fellow explorers are now recognized as pioneers, visionaries who crossed an ocean and touched a distant shore long before Columbus. Their voyages were not failures but glimpses into a different path history could have taken, a path where Norse settlers might have shaped the Americas centuries before the age of exploration. Though they did not stay, their journey reshaped our understanding of exploration and human ambition. They proved that the Atlantic was not an impenetrable barrier, but a pathway. They challenged the idea that history is a straight line, showing instead that it is full of lost chapters, forgotten pioneers, and roads not taken. Their legacy is not one of empire or conquest, but of daring, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. They were the bridge between the old world and the new, even if their connection would not be remembered for centuries. And so, the story of the Norse in America comes to its quiet end. They came, they saw, and then they vanished from the land they briefly called Vinland. But their voyage was not in vain. It was a glimpse of what was possible, a testament to the human spirit's desire to push beyond the horizon. The world would forget them for centuries, but history never stays buried forever. The truth, like the tides, always finds its way back to shore. And in rediscovering this lost chapter, we are reminded that history is far more complex, rich and surprising than we ever imagined. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180–1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai, as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, The Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century, it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances, and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation, and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators, and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, The Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, From the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals, the Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo, to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. The so-called Dark Ages were anything but dark. While there were certainly challenges, the medieval period was also a time of remarkable progress, artistic achievement, and groundbreaking innovation. The idea that civilization stood still for a millennium is one of the greatest historical misconceptions. Many of the foundations for modern science, art, and governance were laid during this time. Cities flourished, trade expanded, and knowledge was not only preserved but actively developed. The reality is that medieval Europe was a dynamic, ever-evolving society, shaped by invention, cultural exchange, and intellectual curiosity. One of the biggest myths is that medieval people were wholly ignorant of science and reason. In reality, medieval scholars made astonishing advancements in various fields. Universities began to emerge across Europe, creating intellectual hubs where subjects like medicine, mathematics, and astronomy were studied. The medieval period saw the rise of thinkers like Thomas Aquinas, who sought to reconcile reason with faith, and Roger Bacon, who emphasized empirical observation centuries before the scientific revolution. The Islamic Golden Age played a significant role in preserving and enhancing classical knowledge, which was later reintroduced to Europe, inspiring further progress in philosophy, medicine, and engineering. Art and architecture also flourished in ways that still inspire awe today. The construction of towering cathedrals, such as Notre Dame and Chartres, required an advanced understanding of engineering and design. These structures, with their intricate stained glass windows and gravity-defying spires, were not merely places of worship, but symbols of human ingenuity and artistic ambition. The Gothic style, which emerged in the High Middle Ages, showcased incredible craftsmanship, blending spiritual symbolism with mathematical precision to create structures that continue to impress architects and historians today. Innovation extended beyond architecture. The medieval period saw the invention of the mechanical clock, the development of eyeglasses, and improvements in agricultural techniques that increased food production. The three-field system of crop rotation significantly boosted yields, allowing for population growth and economic expansion. The use of windmills and watermills revolutionized industry, allowing for more efficient grain grinding and textile production. These were not the actions of a stagnant society, but of one constantly seeking better ways to live and work. The advancements in shipbuilding and navigation techniques eventually laid the groundwork for the age of exploration, expanding Europe's reach across the globe. Even the concept of knights and warfare is often misrepresented. While battles did occur, much of medieval life was not consumed by war. Chivalry was more than just a romanticized notion. It was a code that emphasized honor, justice, and the protection of the weak. Knights were not just warriors, they were also patrons of the arts and scholars in their own right. Tournaments and jousting competitions, while dangerous, were more about prestige and spectacle than actual military conflict. Furthermore, medieval warfare was not constant. Extended periods of peace allowed for trade, education, and cultural growth to flourish. Trade networks expanded during this period, connecting Europe to the Middle East, North Africa, and even Asia. The Silk Road facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, bringing innovations such as paper, printing, and advanced medical knowledge to Europe. Cities such as Venice and Constantinople became centers of commerce where goods, ideas, and cultures intermingled. The establishment of guilds provided economic stability and training for craftsmen, helping to create a skilled workforce that fueled further economic growth. The rise of banking institutions in cities like Florence and Bruges laid the foundation for modern finance, demonstrating that medieval economies were far more complex than often assumed. The Middle Ages also witnessed significant social mobility, something often overlooked. While the feudal system did exist, it was not as rigid as commonly believed. Serfs could buy their freedom, skilled tradesmen could rise in status, and many women played vital roles in business, medicine, and even politics. Noble women often managed large estates, and some, like Eleanor of Aquitaine, wielded tremendous influence over European affairs. Religious institutions also provided avenues for upward mobility, as monasteries and convents became centers of learning and literacy. Many rulers, recognizing the value of education, sponsored schools and scholars to ensure their courts remained centers of culture and knowledge. The perception of the medieval period as a time of darkness and suffering is largely a product of later historical bias. Renaissance scholars sought to distance themselves from the past, branding the era before them as backward to elevate their own achievements. The term Dark Ages itself is misleading, as it ignores the vibrancy and dynamism that defined medieval society. The printing press, developed at the tail end of the Middle Ages, played a crucial role in the rapid spread of knowledge, helping to usher in the Renaissance rather than simply marking the end of an ignorant age. By looking beyond the myths, we can see that the Middle Ages were a time of extraordinary resilience and progress. The people of this era were not merely surviving, they were innovating, creating, and laying the groundwork for the world we live in today. The next time you hear the phrase the Dark Ages, remember that history is far more nuanced than the stories we have been told. The Middle Ages were not a time of unrelenting darkness, but an era of transformation, discovery, and human ingenuity that still influences us to this day. When people think of the Middle Ages, they often imagine a world of filth and squalor, where unwashed peasants lived in streets filled with refuse and disease. Hollywood and popular media have perpetuated this image, making it seem as though medieval people had no concept of hygiene. But the truth is far from this grim portrayal. In reality, people in the Middle Ages were far more concerned with cleanliness than we give them credit for. Bathing, washing, and even sewage management played important roles in medieval society, proving that life in the Middle Ages was not nearly as dirty as many believe. Personal hygiene was an essential part of daily life, particularly for those who could afford regular access to clean water. Public bathhouses were a common feature in many medieval towns and cities, where people would gather to bathe and socialize. In fact, Medieval Europeans inherited a love for bathing from the Romans, whose bathhouse traditions continued well into the Middle Ages. Cities like Paris, London, and Prague had numerous bathhouses where people of all classes could wash themselves, and in some cases even enjoy heated water. In the 13th and 14th centuries, public bathhouses became so popular in many European cities that they were seen as centers of relaxation and even luxury. Bathing was not just reserved for the wealthy or those living in cities. In the countryside, peasants and farmers often bathed in rivers, lakes, or even wooden tubs inside their homes. Soap, made from animal fats and ashes, was commonly used for washing both the body and clothing. Medieval recipes for soap making show that people were well aware of the importance of cleanliness, and many varieties of soap were perfumed with herbs such as lavender and rosemary. Monasteries, which served as centers of knowledge and daily life, encouraged hygiene among their monks and often had dedicated washing areas. Some even required their members to bathe at least once a week, which compared to some later historical periods was quite frequent. Beyond personal hygiene, medieval societies also made efforts to maintain the cleanliness of their cities and towns. Many medieval cities had rudimentary sewage systems, with waste being channeled away through drainage ditches or underground pipes. In some places, regulations were even put in place to ensure waste was properly disposed of, and streets were kept clean. London, for example, passed laws in the 14th century to remove waste from the streets and prevent contamination of drinking water sources. While these measures may not have been as advanced as modern sanitation systems, they demonstrate a clear awareness of the importance of cleanliness and public health. Tooth care was another aspect of hygiene that medieval people took seriously. While they didn't have modern toothpaste, they used a variety of herbal remedies to clean their teeth and freshen their breath. Some of these included rubbing salt or ashes on their teeth, or using herbal mouth rinses made from mint or sage. Wealthier individuals sometimes used primitive toothbrushes made from animal hair or frayed twigs to scrub their teeth. There are even records of medieval people using chew sticks, a practice that continues in some cultures to this day. The idea that medieval people simply accepted filth as a part of life is a modern misconception. While they certainly didn't have access to the same level of sanitation and medical knowledge as we do today, they made significant efforts to stay clean. Bathing, washing clothes, and maintaining public hygiene were all considered important aspects of daily life. The belief that medieval society was inherently dirty comes largely from later time periods, particularly the early modern era, when bathing became less common due to misguided fears that water spread disease. In contrast, medieval people often embraced bathing and cleanliness as a way of life. The next time you see a medieval movie depicting peasants covered in dirt and filth, remember that history tells a different story. People in the Middle Ages valued cleanliness, enjoyed regular baths, and made efforts to maintain the hygiene of their communities. Far from being a time of squalor, the medieval period was one where hygiene was an important part of life, even if it looked different from the standards we have today. Medieval medicine is often dismissed as primitive, filled with superstition and ineffective treatments. While it is true that medieval medical practices were not as advanced as modern medicine, they were far more sophisticated than many people realize. Physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries relied on centuries of accumulated knowledge, drawing from ancient Greek, Roman, and Islamic sources. Universities taught medical students through structured curricula, and hospitals provided care for the sick in ways that laid the foundation for modern medical institutions. One of the most surprising aspects of medieval medicine is surgery. While it is often assumed that surgical procedures were nothing more than crude amputations performed without anesthesia, the reality is more complex. Medieval surgeons were skilled practitioners who performed procedures such as trepanation, setting broken bones, and even removing bladder stones. Texts like the Practica Chirurgiae by Roger Frugadi and Chirurgia Magna by Guy de Chauliac provided detailed surgical techniques and emphasized the importance of cleanliness. While anesthesia, as we know it, did not exist, medieval doctors used herbal sedatives such as opium, mandrake, and hemlock to dull pain. Cauterization and ligatures were used to control bleeding, demonstrating an understanding of wound management. Some surgical procedures, such as cataract removal, were carried out with surprising precision using fine tools and careful techniques. Surgeons also understood the importance of post-operative care, using wound dressings soaked in wine or honey to prevent infection. Herbal medicine played a crucial role in medieval healthcare. Monasteries served as centers of medical knowledge, where monks cultivated medicinal plants and recorded their uses in detailed manuscripts. Texts such as the Herbarium of Apuleius and the Physica by Hildegard of Bingen catalogued the properties of various herbs. Remedies included garlic for infections, willow bark for pain relief, and honey for wound healing. While some treatments were ineffective or based on superstition, many herbal remedies had real medicinal value and are still used in some forms today. Physicians also recognized the importance of diet and lifestyle in maintaining health. Medieval medical texts emphasized the benefits of balanced nutrition, fresh air, and moderate exercise in preventing illness. Many doctors prescribed specific foods and herbal teas to treat ailments, showing an early understanding of nutrition's role in health. The establishment of hospitals in the medieval period marked a significant step toward organized health care. Contrary to the belief that the sick were simply abandoned, hospitals were built across Europe to care for the ill and needy. Institutions like the Hôtel Dieu in Paris and St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London provided medical treatment, shelter, and food. These hospitals were often run by religious orders that emphasized compassionate care. While medieval hospitals did not function like modern medical centers, they represented an early attempt at structured health care that went beyond simple hospice care. Some hospitals specialized in treating certain diseases, such as leprosy or the plague, and many provided long-term care for chronic illnesses. Medical practitioners in hospitals kept records of patients' symptoms and treatments, contributing to a growing body of medical knowledge that informed future generations. Public health measures were also more advanced than commonly believed. Medieval cities implemented quarantine measures during outbreaks of disease, particularly during the Black Death. The concept of contagion was understood, even if the precise mechanisms were unknown. In some cases, infected individuals were isolated to prevent the spread of illness. Urban centers developed sanitation systems that included waste removal and clean water sources. While these measures were not always effective by modern standards, they reflect a recognition of the need for public health efforts. In some cities, officials enforced street cleaning, regulated the sale of food, and monitored water supplies to reduce contamination. Bathhouses and public latrines were common in larger towns, allowing people to maintain better hygiene than commonly assumed. Medical education in the Middle Ages was rigorous and systematic. Universities such as Salerno, Bologna, and Montpellier trained physicians through formal education. Students studied texts from Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, learning about anatomy, diagnosis, and treatment methods. The curriculum was structured with examinations required for medical degrees. While some medical theories such as the four humors were incorrect, Medieval doctors engaged in scholarly debate and empirical observation, laying the groundwork for later medical advancements. Medical students often practiced dissections on animals or, in some cases, human cadavers, contributing to an evolving understanding of anatomy. Universities also fostered medical innovation, with scholars experimenting with new techniques and questioning outdated theories. The medieval period was not a dark age of ignorance in medicine. It was a time of learning, adaptation, and the preservation of medical knowledge. While many treatments were limited by the lack of scientific understanding, medieval physicians and healers worked within the best knowledge available to them. Their contributions to surgery, herbal medicine, hospital care, and public health helped shape the medical practices that would evolve in later centuries. The idea that medieval medicine was entirely backward is a myth that overlooks the remarkable progress made during this period. In fact, many medieval medical advancements laid the foundation for discoveries in the Renaissance and beyond, proving that the pursuit of medical knowledge never truly stagnated. The Middle Ages are often portrayed as a time of ignorance and intellectual stagnation, but this perception is far from accurate. In reality, medieval society placed a significant emphasis on education, and learning was far more widespread than many people assume. The period saw the establishment of universities, monastic schools, and cathedral schools, which laid the foundation for modern education systems. While literacy rates varied across social classes, education was not limited to the clergy or the nobility. Many members of the emerging middle class also had access to schooling. One of the most important developments in medieval education was the rise of universities. The first European universities, such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries. These institutions became centers of higher learning, offering instruction in law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The university model, with its structured curriculum and degrees, provided an educational framework that still influences modern academia. Students studied classical texts from scholars such as Aristotle and Cicero, as well as works from Islamic and Jewish scholars like Avicenna and Maimonides. Despite the challenges of medieval life, these universities produced some of the greatest intellectuals of the time, including Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus. Education was not limited to universities. Monastic schools played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting knowledge. Monks meticulously copied and studied ancient manuscripts, ensuring the survival of Greek and Roman literature, scientific texts, and theological works. These schools provided education to young boys, primarily those training for the clergy, but also to lay students in some cases. Cathedral schools, often attached to large churches, also became important centers of learning. They trained future clerics but sometimes accepted students from wealthy or influential families who sought a broader education. Subjects taught included Latin, logic, rhetoric, arithmetic, and music, forming the basis of the medieval curriculum known as the trivium and quadrivium. Contrary to the belief that only the elite had access to education, many towns and cities had grammar schools where children of merchants and artisans could receive instruction. These schools focused on literacy, numeracy, and practical skills needed for trade and administration. Apprenticeship systems also functioned as an alternative form of education, with young people learning specialized crafts under the guidance of master artisans. This hands-on training was essential for professions such as blacksmithing, weaving, and bookkeeping. Women's education in the Middle Ages was more common than often assumed, though opportunities varied by social class. While most formal education was directed at men, noble women were frequently taught reading, writing, and mathematics, particularly if they were expected to manage estates or engage in correspondence. Some women, particularly in convents, received extensive education in Latin, theology, and even medicine. Figures like Hildegard of Bingen and Christine de Pizan demonstrate that medieval women could be scholars, writers, and intellectuals in their own right. The influence of medieval education extended beyond the classroom. The rise of literacy contributed to the spread of knowledge through books and manuscripts, fostering a growing intellectual culture. The development of libraries, both in monasteries and universities, allowed scholars to access and build upon previous works. Additionally, the increasing use of the vernacular in literature and legal documents expanded education beyond Latin-speaking scholars to a broader audience. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of intellectual darkness is a misconception. Instead, it was a period of educational development that laid the groundwork for the Renaissance and the modern university system. From the rigorous scholarship of medieval universities to the practical learning of apprenticeships, education was a vital part of medieval life. The widespread efforts to teach, learn, and preserve knowledge ensured that intellectual progress did not stall but rather evolved, setting the stage for the advancements that followed in later centuries. The common perception of women in the Middle Ages is that they were entirely subordinate, voiceless, and without power. While it is true that medieval society was largely patriarchal, the reality was far more complex. Women played significant roles in trade, politics, and even warfare, often exerting more influence than modern portrayals suggest. Across medieval Europe, women could be merchants, landowners, scholars, and even rulers, shaping their communities in ways that defy simplistic stereotypes. One of the most overlooked aspects of medieval women's lives was their role in commerce. In many towns and cities, women actively participated in trade, working as merchants, artisans, and shopkeepers. Guild records show that women were involved in professions such as weaving, brewing, and textiles, often running businesses independently or alongside their husbands. In some cases, widows took over their late husband's trade and continued to operate successfully. Cities such as London, Paris, and Bruges had numerous female entrepreneurs, proving that economic agency was not limited to men. Women also held significant political power, particularly in noble and royal circles. Queens and noble women frequently acted as regents, ruling in place of underage or absent kings. Figures such as Eleanor of Aquitaine and Isabella of Castile wielded immense influence, making political decisions, leading military campaigns, and shaping the fate of entire kingdoms. Some women even exercised direct rule, controlling vast territories and negotiating treaties. In many cases, noble women managed estates, overseeing agricultural production, finances, and local governance in their husband's absence. Beyond political and economic roles, some women defied expectations by taking up arms. While female warriors were rare, they were not unheard of. Women such as Joan of Arc, Matilda of Tuscany, and the Viking shield maidens challenged traditional gender roles by leading troops into battle. Even if they did not fight personally, many noble women organized military defenses and commanded castles during sieges. Chronicles and records document instances where women were instrumental in wartime leadership, ensuring the survival of their people and lands. Education and intellectual life were also accessible to some medieval women. Convents served as centers of learning, where nuns not only preserved ancient texts, but also wrote influential works on theology, medicine, and philosophy. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess, was a respected writer, composer, and scientist. Christine de Pizan, a 15th century writer, actively defended women's intellectual capabilities and criticized the misogyny of her time. While women's access to formal education was more restricted than men's, those who did receive an education contributed meaningfully to medieval scholarship. The legal status of women varied across medieval Europe. In some regions, women had property rights and could inherit land, particularly in areas influenced by Germanic and Celtic traditions. Customary laws often granted women legal autonomy in matters such as marriage, trade, and inheritance. Although medieval legal systems were not always favorable to women, they provided more opportunities for autonomy than is commonly assumed. For example, in some medieval cities, women could represent themselves in court, own businesses, and form contracts. Religious and cultural attitudes toward women were complex and often contradictory. While many religious texts reinforced traditional gender roles, there were also female saints and mystics who commanded great respect. Women who entered religious life often gained independence and influence, as abbesses sometimes held power equivalent to bishops. Some religious communities fostered female leadership and intellectual engagement, offering women an alternative path to authority outside of marriage and motherhood. The idea that medieval women were powerless is an oversimplification. While they faced many restrictions, they also found ways to exercise influence in commerce, politics, education, and even warfare. By examining historical records, it becomes clear that women played vital roles in shaping medieval society, often challenging the limitations placed upon them. Their contributions were significant, even if they have been overshadowed by later historical narratives. The Middle Ages were not a time of total female oppression, but rather a period of complexity where women could, and did, carve out spaces of power and autonomy. The image of the medieval knight is often reduced to that of a brutish warrior, clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword, and engaging in endless battles. While knights were indeed warriors, their role in medieval society was far more complex than simple combat. They were not just fighters but also poets, diplomats, and philosophers, bound by a strict code of honor known as chivalry. The ideals of knighthood emphasized not only martial prowess, but also loyalty, courtly manners, and a dedication to justice. Their position in society required them to be as refined in the court as they were fierce on the battlefield. Knighthood was a long and arduous journey that began in childhood. Boys of noble birth were typically sent to a lord's household at a young age to train as pages. They learned the basics of combat, horsemanship, and weaponry, but they also studied literature, music, and etiquette. Pages were expected to serve at feasts, learn to read and write, and become well-versed in courtly behavior. By their teenage years, they became squires, serving a knight directly and refining their skills in battle. They were responsible for maintaining their knight's armor and weapons, caring for the horses, and accompanying their mentor into skirmishes. Only after proving themselves in both combat and character could they be dubbed knights in a formal ceremony, which often had deep religious significance. The dubbing ritual was more than symbolic. It solidified their social standing and responsibilities. One of the defining features of knights was their commitment to chivalry, a code that dictated how they should behave both on and off the battlefield. This code emphasized bravery, loyalty to one's lord, protection of the weak, and respect toward women. While not all knights lived up to these ideals, historical records show that many took their vows seriously. Chivalry was not just about fighting honorably, but also about acting as a just and virtuous leader. Knights were expected to resolve disputes, uphold justice, and serve as protectors of the people. This is evident in medieval literature, where knights are often portrayed as noble figures who strive to do what is right, even at great personal cost. Many knights acted as judges or arbitrators in legal matters, settling feuds and ensuring that laws were enforced in their territories. Beyond their roles as warriors, knights were also patrons of the arts, and sometimes artists themselves. Many knights composed poetry and music, particularly within the tradition of courtly love. Troubadours, often knights themselves, wrote and performed songs celebrating love, honor, and adventure. Figures such as William IX of Aquitaine, one of the earliest known troubadours, demonstrated that knights could be both fierce warriors and refined poets. Chivalric romances, which told tales of heroic knights and noble quests, were among the most popular forms of literature in the medieval world. Knights were expected to appreciate the arts, sponsor artists, and participate in elaborate tournaments that combined martial skill with theatrical performance. Diplomacy was another essential aspect of a knight's role. Many knights served as envoys and advisors to kings and lords, negotiating treaties, forging alliances, and maintaining peace between warring factions. They were expected to be well versed in the laws and customs of different lands, able to navigate the complex political landscape of medieval Europe. Some knights rose to positions of great influence, acting as regents, counselors, or even rulers in their own right. Their ability to speak multiple languages, understand economic principles, and interact with foreign dignitaries made them indispensable in the affairs of the realm. Knights were often involved in marriage alliances as well, securing peace and strengthening political ties through strategic unions. Religious devotion was also central to knighthood. Many knights participated in the Crusades, seeing themselves as warriors of God. Orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers combined military skill with religious service, protecting pilgrims and defending Christian territories. Even outside of the Crusades, knights were expected to uphold Christian values, support the church, and engage in acts of charity. Some knights retired to monastic life, seeking spiritual fulfillment after years of service in war. Others founded religious institutions or donated wealth to the church as a means of securing their place in the afterlife. The connection between knighthood and faith was deeply ingrained, with many knights swearing oaths before relics or undergoing religious fasting before significant battles. Tournaments and jousting played a crucial role in the life of a knight. Far from being simple entertainment, these events allowed knights to hone their skills, gain fame, and prove their worth. Jousting was a dangerous and highly technical sport, requiring immense skill in both horsemanship and weaponry. Victories in tournaments could elevate a knight's reputation, earning them sponsorships, land, or marriage prospects. These events were also social gatherings, where knights could showcase their refinement, engage in courtly dialogue, and demonstrate their adherence to chivalric principles. While the idealized knight of legend did not always match the reality, many historical knights genuinely embodied these ideals. Their influence extended far beyond the battlefield, shaping medieval culture, politics, and art. The true legacy of knighthood is not just one of bloodshed and conquest, but also of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. Knights were not merely warriors, they were the embodiment of a broader medieval worldview that valued honor, wisdom, and service. They played critical roles in shaping the societies they served, leaving behind a lasting impact that extended well beyond their years in armor. The knight was not just a fighter, but a guardian of tradition, a scholar of virtue, and a leader whose influence resonated through generations. When people think of medieval cities, they often imagine dirty, overcrowded, and unsanitary places filled with disease and chaos. However, this image is far from the truth. Many medieval cities were highly organized, boasting intricate administrative systems, bustling markets, and impressive architectural feats. From London to Paris, medieval cities functioned as centers of commerce, governance, and culture, demonstrating a level of sophistication that is often overlooked. Medieval cities were not simply clusters of houses haphazardly built around castles or monasteries. They were planned and structured with a clear sense of organization. Many cities had walls for defense, intricate road networks, and designated districts for different trades and professions. Guilds played a crucial role in regulating business, ensuring quality standards, and protecting the rights of artisans and merchants. These guilds formed an early version of professional associations and helped maintain economic stability within the city. One of the most significant features of medieval cities was their market systems. Weekly markets and large annual fairs brought people from surrounding villages and towns, allowing for the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Merchants traded everything from textiles and spices to metals and livestock. Some cities, like Venice and Bruges, became major trade hubs, connecting Europe with distant regions such as the Middle East and Asia. These thriving economies encouraged innovation and financial advancements, including the early use of banking systems and credit. Despite common misconceptions, medieval cities had surprisingly sophisticated sanitation and infrastructure. Many cities implemented rudimentary but effective sewer systems, with waste disposal regulations enforced by local authorities. Wells and public fountains provided access to clean water, and bathhouses were common in many urban centers. In places like London and Paris, street cleaning regulations were in place to maintain hygiene, and designated officials monitored food markets to prevent the sale of spoiled goods. Governance in medieval cities was also more structured than one might assume. Many cities were granted charters that allowed them a degree of self-rule, separate from feudal lords. City councils, often composed of wealthy merchants and influential citizens, made important decisions regarding laws, taxes, and public projects. Some cities operated under elected mayors or magistrates, providing an early example of municipal government. This system allowed cities to maintain stability and ensure that commerce and daily life ran smoothly. Culturally, medieval cities were vibrant places filled with artistic and intellectual activity. Universities such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford flourished and attracted scholars from across Europe. These institutions laid the foundation for modern academia, fostering advancements in philosophy, science, and medicine. Additionally, cathedrals and town halls stood as architectural marvels, showcasing the craftsmanship and ambition of medieval builders. Cities became hubs of literature, theater, and music, with poets, playwrights, and musicians entertaining both nobility and common folk alike. In conclusion, medieval cities were far from the primitive and chaotic settlements often depicted in popular media. They were well-organized, economically dynamic, and culturally rich centers of human activity. Their advancements in governance, trade, infrastructure, and education laid the groundwork for the development of modern urban life. Rather than being dirty and backward, medieval cities were thriving centers of progress, demonstrating the ingenuity and resilience of their inhabitants. The history of witch hunts is often intertwined with images of the Middle Ages, but the most infamous and widespread witch hunts actually occurred during the early modern period, long after the Middle Ages had ended. The idea of the medieval era being the height of witch persecution is a misconception, influenced by later historical events and a romanticized image of the so-called Dark Ages. In reality, witch hunts were much more prevalent in the Renaissance and beyond, particularly in the 16th and 17th centuries. The first thing to understand is that belief in witches was not unique to the Middle Ages. Widespread belief in magic, spirits and supernatural forces existed throughout European history, from ancient times through the medieval period and into the Renaissance. However, the systematic and violent persecution of alleged witches really took off during the early modern period. One of the most significant drivers of these witch hunts was the rise of the Catholic and Protestant Reformations. Both religious movements encouraged the belief that witches were agents of the devil, and this fueled the persecution of those accused of witchcraft. In the Middle Ages, while accusations of witchcraft did exist, they were generally not as widespread or organized as they would become in the early modern period. It wasn't until the 15th century, with the publication of the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches in 1487, that the witch-hunt hysteria began to truly escalate. Written by two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, the Malleus Maleficarum argued that witches were real and dangerous, and that they were often women who had made pacts with the devil. This book was incredibly influential in encouraging the mass persecution of witches, particularly in Germany and France, but it was not a universally accepted text. Many medieval thinkers, including prominent scholars and clergy, did not fully endorse the ideas in the Malleus Maleficarum. Throughout the Middle Ages, accusations of witchcraft were more often linked to local disputes, personal vendettas, and social tensions, rather than a widespread belief in satanic conspiracies. The belief in witches was certainly present, but it was not as pervasive or institutionalized as it would later become. In fact, much of the fear of witches was tied to rural areas where folk beliefs about magic, healing, and curses were more common. Urban centers, on the other hand, where the influence of the church and educated elites was stronger, were less likely to be caught up in witch hunts. It wasn't until the 16th and 17th centuries, during the Reformation and the rise of Protestantism, that witch hunts truly began to spread across Europe. Protestant and Catholic authorities alike increasingly saw witchcraft as a threat to both religious and social order. In Protestant countries like England, the Netherlands, and the German states, witch trials became a means of asserting control over society and combating perceived threats to Christian orthodoxy. Catholic countries, too, had their own wave of witch hunts, with Spain, Italy, and France seeing an uptick in trials, often fueled by the Inquisition. The witch hunts were also closely tied to the social and political upheaval of the time. The turbulence of the Reformation, which saw religious divisions and conflict across Europe, created an environment where fear of the unknown and the supernatural could easily spread. In times of social instability, accusations of witchcraft were often used as a scapegoat for misfortune, such as bad harvests, disease outbreaks, and unexplained deaths. This fear of witches was often amplified by the growing influence of early modern states and the rise of more centralized legal systems, which made it easier to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft. Despite the prevalence of witch hunts in the early modern period, it's important to note that they were not as widespread or as frequent as popular media often suggests. The majority of the population in medieval and early modern Europe did not participate in or even believe in witch hunts. Many towns and regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. It's also crucial to remember that accusations of witchcraft were often rooted in misogyny and the fear of powerful or independent women. The majority of those accused were women, particularly those who were older, unmarried, or otherwise marginalized in society. Witch hunts were as much about social control and gender dynamics as they were about fear of the supernatural. In conclusion, while belief in witches and witchcraft was certainly a part of medieval European culture, the widespread witch hunts and trials that are most famous today occurred in the early modern period, not the Middle Ages. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of rampant witch persecution is a misconception. The true horror of the witch hunts came in the centuries that followed, when the Reformation, political instability and social fears created the perfect storm for the persecution of thousands of innocent people. The witch hunts of the early modern period are a sobering reminder of the dangers of superstition, fear and intolerance, but they are also a reflection of the changing religious, social and political dynamics of the time. One of the most enduring myths about the Middle Ages is that it was a period dominated by superstition, ignorance, and an overwhelming lack of scientific progress. This idea is often rooted in the notion of the Dark Ages, a time when the intellectual and cultural advancements of the classical world supposedly came to a halt. However, the reality of medieval science tells a much different story. Far from being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages were a period of significant scientific development, particularly in fields such as astronomy, mathematics and medicine. In the medieval period, the foundation of scientific learning was laid in the monasteries, where monks copied ancient texts and worked on preserving knowledge from the Roman, Greek and Islamic worlds. These monks were not merely religious scholars, they were also some of the earliest scientists of their time. For example, in astronomy, medieval scholars like the English monk Bede and the Persian scientist Al-Batani made significant contributions to the understanding of the stars, the planets, and the motion of the heavens. Bede's De Natura Rerum and Al-Batani's accurate calculations of the length of the solar year helped lay the groundwork for later astronomical discoveries. Moreover, universities began to emerge in the medieval period, offering formal education in subjects such as philosophy, astronomy, medicine and mathematics. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, and the University of Paris, founded in the 12th century, were two of the earliest institutions where scientific learning flourished. The medieval university curriculum was heavily influenced by the works of ancient scholars like Aristotle, Galen and Ptolemy, as well as Arabic and Jewish scholars, whose translations of ancient Greek texts provided much of the intellectual foundation for medieval science. Astronomy was one of the key fields of study during the Middle Ages. While many people think of medieval astronomy as primitive or based purely on superstition, the reality is that medieval scholars developed highly sophisticated models of the universe. The most influential astronomical work of the time was Ptolemy's Almagest, a treatise on the geocentric, Earth-centered model of the cosmos. This work was taught in universities across Europe and was widely regarded as the authoritative text on astronomy for centuries. Medieval astronomers also made advancements in understanding the movements of the planets, using tools such as the astrolabe, a device for measuring the positions of celestial bodies. In mathematics, medieval scholars made important strides in number theory, geometry, and algebra. One of the most significant developments was the introduction of Arabic numerals, which replaced the cumbersome Roman numerals and revolutionized mathematical calculations. The famous mathematician Fibonacci, who studied in the Arab world, introduced the Fibonacci sequence in his book Liber Abaci, which had a profound impact on mathematics. Additionally, scholars in the Middle Ages worked on refining Euclidean geometry, and many mathematical concepts that we take for granted today were developed during this period. In medicine, medieval scholars made significant strides as well. While the medical knowledge of the time may seem rudimentary by today's standards, it was based on a combination of ancient Greek and Roman knowledge, as well as new insights derived from the study of anatomy and disease. The writings of Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna were central to medical education in the Middle Ages, and many universities offered courses in these texts. In addition to theoretical knowledge, medieval doctors also made practical advances in surgery and medical treatment. For example, early medieval surgeons developed techniques for treating wounds, setting broken bones, and performing cataract surgeries. Some medieval hospitals even specialized in particular types of care, such as leprosy, showing a level of medical specialization. Medieval alchemy also laid the foundation for the development of modern chemistry. Although alchemy was rooted in mysticism and the search for the philosopher's stone, it contributed to the understanding of chemical processes and the development of laboratory techniques. Alchemists like Roger Bacon and Paracelsus made contributions to the study of materials and chemical reactions, leading to a greater understanding of the physical world. While it's true that many people in the Middle Ages believed in supernatural forces, demons and magic, these beliefs were not dominant in the intellectual elite or the institutions of higher learning. The scientific work being done in universities and monasteries was based on observation, reason and experimentation. Far from being a time of ignorance, the medieval period was one of intellectual exploration and scientific inquiry. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of scientific backwardness is an oversimplification that ignores the significant contributions made by medieval scholars in many fields. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a period of scientific darkness. In fact, they were a time of significant scientific advancement in astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and alchemy. Universities played a central role in preserving and advancing knowledge, and many of the foundational discoveries of modern science were made during this time. The myth of the Dark Ages and the idea that medieval society was dominated by superstition and ignorance overlooks the true intellectual achievements of this period. Instead of being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow in the Renaissance and beyond. The idea of the Middle Ages as a time of isolation and stagnation is a common misconception. In reality, the medieval period was marked by the rise of complex trade networks that connected Europe to the rest of the world. Far from being cut off from other parts of the globe, Europe was part of a vast and intricate trading system that spanned across continents, bringing goods from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East to European markets. This interconnected world was built on ancient trade routes, as well as new networks established during the medieval period. One of the most important aspects of medieval trade was the Silk Road, a series of overland routes connecting China, Central Asia, the Middle East and Europe. Although the Silk Road had been in use for centuries, it remained a crucial trade route throughout the medieval period. Goods such as silk, porcelain, spices and tea were transported from the east to the west, while European merchants traded products like wool, glass and metalwork in exchange. This exchange of goods also facilitated the movement of ideas, technologies and even disease, linking different cultures and societies in ways that would shape the course of history. In addition to the Silk Road, maritime trade routes played an increasingly important role in medieval commerce. The Mediterranean Sea, for example, was a central hub for trade between Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Italian city-states such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa were particularly active in maritime trade, establishing powerful fleets that dominated Mediterranean commerce. Venetian merchants, for example, brought luxury goods such as spices, silks, and precious metals from the East and sold them to customers across Europe. This maritime network was vital not only for the flow of goods, but also for the exchange of knowledge, as merchants and travelers brought back new ideas and innovations from the farthest reaches of the known world. By the 12th and 13th centuries, trade routes connected Europe to even more distant lands. The Crusades, while primarily military campaigns, also opened up new avenues for trade, particularly with the Middle East. Crusaders brought back valuable goods like sugar, citrus fruits, and exotic textiles, all of which became highly sought after in Europe. The Crusades also helped establish trade links between Europe and the Islamic world, where goods and knowledge from ancient Greece, Rome, and the farthest reaches of Asia were preserved and shared. The rise of powerful trade cities and the development of banking and financial systems further contributed to the growth of medieval commerce. In cities like Florence, Venice, and Bruges, merchants and bankers created a financial infrastructure that allowed for the efficient exchange of goods across great distances. The Medici family in Florence, for example, became immensely wealthy through their banking empire, which financed trade ventures across Europe and beyond. The development of letters of credit, bills of exchange, and early forms of banking allowed merchants to conduct business without the need to carry large amounts of cash, making trade safer and more efficient. Medieval Europe was not only connected to Asia and Africa, but also engaged in trade with sub-Saharan Africa. The kingdoms of West Africa, such as Mali, Ghana, and Songhai, were major players in the trans-Saharan trade. These kingdoms were rich in gold, salt, and other valuable resources that were traded for goods like textiles, metalwork, and weapons. The trade routes across the Sahara Desert were some of the most important in the medieval world, connecting the Islamic world in North Africa with the kingdoms of sub-Saharan Africa and beyond. The wealth generated by this trade helped fuel the rise of powerful empires and allowed for the exchange of cultures, technologies, and ideas. The flow of goods was not limited to luxury items. Everyday products such as grains, wool, and timber were traded across medieval Europe, facilitating the growth of urban centers and the development of a money economy. The rise of a merchant class and the increasing importance of towns and cities transformed European society, providing opportunities for social mobility and the spread of new ideas. Despite the numerous challenges of the medieval period, such as political instability, war, and disease, trade continued to thrive. The movement of goods, people, and ideas helped create a more interconnected world and laid the foundation for the globalized economy that would emerge in the centuries to come. The medieval period, far from being a time of isolation, was a time of dynamic exchange and growth, where merchants, travelers, and scholars connected different parts of the world and helped shape the development of the modern global economy. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were a time of remarkable global trade. Through the Silk Road, maritime trade routes, and the exchange of goods and ideas during the Crusades, Europe was deeply connected to Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The development of banking and financial systems helped facilitate trade, while the rise of powerful trading cities fostered economic growth and cultural exchange. Far from being an isolated time, the medieval period was a time of thriving global commerce that helped pave the way for the interconnected world we live in today. When most people think of the Middle Ages, they picture crude, dark huts with thatched roofs and muddy streets. However, this image doesn't do justice to the incredible artistic and architectural achievements of the period. The Middle Ages were not just about surviving in a harsh world, they were a time of immense creativity, especially in the fields of art and architecture. The Gothic period, in particular, was one of the greatest artistic movements in history, giving rise to some of the most magnificent buildings ever created. Gothic architecture, which flourished from the 12th to the 16th centuries, was a revolutionary style that radically transformed the design of churches, cathedrals, and castles across Europe. Unlike the Romanesque style that preceded it, which featured thick walls and small windows, Gothic architecture sought to reach towards the heavens. This was achieved through the innovative use of flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and pointed arches, which allowed for the creation of tall, airy structures with expansive windows. These innovations gave rise to some of the most awe-inspiring cathedrals ever built, such as the Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and the Cologne Cathedral. One of the defining characteristics of Gothic architecture was its emphasis on height and light. The soaring vertical lines of Gothic cathedrals were designed to draw the eye upward toward the heavens, reflecting the medieval belief in the divine. Large stained glass windows, filled with colorful biblical scenes and intricate designs, allowed light to flood the interior of these churches, creating a mystical atmosphere that was meant to inspire awe and reverence. The windows not only served an aesthetic purpose, but also conveyed religious stories to the largely illiterate population. These stained glass windows were not just decorative but educational, helping to communicate the teachings of the church to the people. The construction of these monumental structures was a massive undertaking that required years, even centuries, to complete. The building of a Gothic cathedral was a communal effort, involving skilled masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and laborers. These craftsmen worked under the supervision of master builders, who oversaw the design and execution of the work. The process of building a cathedral was an intricate and highly organized one, with each part of the structure being carefully planned and constructed to ensure its stability and beauty. The labor was intensive, and it often took generations for a cathedral to be completed. Some cathedrals, such as the famous Notre Dame de Paris, took over a century to build, with each generation of builders adding to the work of their predecessors. Castles were another hallmark of medieval architecture. These fortified structures, designed to protect lords and their territories from invaders, were often impressive feats of engineering. While many people today associate castles with large, imposing stone structures, their designs varied greatly depending on the region, the time period, and the available resources. Early castles were simple wooden motte and bailey structures, but over time, they evolved into sophisticated stone fortresses, complete with drawbridges, moats, and high walls. Some castles, like the Tower of London and Château de Chillon, became symbols of power and authority, while others, such as the castles built along the Rhine River in Germany, were built for defense and control over strategic locations. The construction of these castles was a testament to the ingenuity of medieval builders. They were designed to withstand attacks, with features such as thick walls, narrow windows, and a system of internal defenses that could be used to repel invaders. Many castles also had great halls, where feasts were held and important matters of governance were discussed. These halls were often decorated with tapestries, wooden carvings, and fine furniture, reflecting the wealth and power of the lords who resided there. Medieval cities also displayed impressive feats of architecture. While they may not have had the grandeur of cathedrals or castles, medieval cities were often carefully planned and organized. Streets were laid out with a clear sense of order, with markets, guild halls, and homes arranged around central squares or plazas. Many cities had impressive town halls, which served as the centers of governance and civic life. In places like Florence, Bruges, and Prague, the architectural development of cities reflected the growing importance of trade and commerce during the medieval period. The design of these cities was influenced by both Roman and Byzantine architectural traditions, as well as the emerging Gothic style. Beyond architecture, the art of the Middle Ages was also rich and diverse. Illuminated manuscripts, which were painstakingly created by monks in scriptoriums, were one of the most important forms of artistic expression during this time. These manuscripts, often made from vellum or parchment, were decorated with intricate designs and vibrant colors, showcasing both religious and secular themes. The artwork in these manuscripts ranged from depictions of biblical scenes to the portrayal of courtly love and chivalric ideals. Medieval art also flourished in the form of frescoes, mosaics, and sculptures. Churches and cathedrals were often adorned with elaborate paintings and carvings that told religious stories, while sculptures of saints, angels, and biblical figures adorned altars and facades. The artwork of the period was deeply religious, reflecting the central role that the church played in medieval life. However, it also celebrated the ideals of chivalry and knighthood, and many works of art depicted knights in battle or performing heroic deeds. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a time of artistic stagnation or crude, primitive construction. The Gothic period, in particular, was a golden age of architecture and art, giving rise to some of the most awe-inspiring structures in the world. The cathedrals, castles, and cities of the medieval period were not just functional, they were masterpieces of design and engineering, built to last for centuries. The art of the time, from illuminated manuscripts to frescoes and sculptures, reflected the deep religious devotion and cultural sophistication of the period. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of primitive huts and backward thinking is simply a myth. The Middle Ages were a time of remarkable artistic and architectural achievement. When we think of medieval food, it's easy to picture dull, bland meals consisting of stale bread and porridge. However, the reality is far more intriguing. Medieval cuisine was actually much healthier, more diverse, and more flavorful than many people realize, and in some ways, it was even better than modern fast food. Contrary to popular belief, medieval diets were based on fresh, locally sourced ingredients, a wide variety of meats, fish, fruits, vegetables, and even exotic spices from far-off lands. The medieval diet was heavily influenced by geography and social class. Peasants typically ate simple foods like bread, porridge, and vegetables, while the nobility enjoyed elaborate feasts with meats, exotic fruits, and highly refined dishes. Despite these differences, both groups enjoyed a surprising level of variety in their diets. For example, medieval Europeans regularly consumed different types of grains, including barley, oats, and rye. Wheat was common among the wealthier classes, while peasants might have eaten bread made from coarser grains. In addition to grains, vegetables played a significant role in the medieval diet. Common vegetables included cabbage, onions, leeks, beans, carrots, and peas. Root vegetables, such as turnips and parsnips, were staples in winter months, providing important sources of vitamins and fiber. The variety of vegetables available was much greater than many people assume, and they were often prepared in creative and flavorful ways. Meat was an important part of medieval cuisine, especially for the wealthy. Game meats like venison, wild boar, and rabbit were prized, and domestic animals such as cows, pigs, and sheep were commonly raised for their meat. Poultry, such as chickens, geese, and ducks, was also enjoyed, and fish was a significant part of the diet, especially in coastal areas or for religious reasons, when eating meat was restricted during certain periods. While the lower classes typically consumed less meat, they still enjoyed occasional servings of bacon, sausages, and other preserved meats. What made medieval food truly stand out, however, was the abundance of spices and flavors. The spice trade flourished in the Middle Ages, and merchants brought exotic ingredients like pepper, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, and saffron from the Far East, Africa, and India. These spices were highly valued, not just for their flavor, but also for their medicinal properties. Spices were used in both sweet and savory dishes, creating a unique blend of flavors that would be considered gourmet by today's standards. Medieval cooks were also adept at using herbs, which were often grown in household gardens or monasteries. Fresh herbs like parsley, rosemary, thyme, mint, and sage were commonly used to season food. In fact, the wide use of herbs and spices in medieval cooking made the food much more complex and flavorful than modern fast food, which is often loaded with artificial flavorings and preservatives. Cooking techniques were another area in which medieval cuisine excelled. Stews, roasts, pies and pastries were common dishes, and many of these were cooked slowly to allow the flavors to develop and meld together. For instance, roasted meats were often flavored with a mix of herbs, wine and spices, creating a rich and savory meal. Dishes like pottage, a type of thick soup or stew, were staples of medieval cooking, made from a wide range of ingredients such as vegetables, legumes and meats, and often flavored with a variety of spices. The complexity of these dishes contrasts with the simple and often repetitive meals found in modern fast food. Another surprising aspect of medieval cuisine was its emphasis on fresh, seasonal ingredients. In contrast to the mass-produced, preservative-laden fast food we consume today, medieval meals were based on what was available at the time, which meant that fruits, vegetables and meats were often consumed at their peak freshness. The medieval period also saw the development of early preservation techniques such as salting, pickling, drying and smoking, allowing people to enjoy a variety of foods year-round. These preservation methods also helped reduce food waste, ensuring that food was used more efficiently and sparingly. Moreover, the medieval diet was typically much more balanced and nutritious than the modern diet, especially compared to the highly processed and nutrient-poor fast food that many people rely on today. While the wealthy had access to a greater variety of food, both the upper and lower classes consumed a range of fresh produce, grains and protein sources that provided important vitamins, minerals and fibers. One area in which medieval food was far superior to modern fast food was its lack of artificial ingredients. While medieval cooks relied on fresh, natural ingredients, fast food is often filled with artificial preservatives, flavor enhancers, and food coloring. Additionally, medieval cooking emphasized whole foods, such as fresh vegetables, meats, and grains, rather than the highly processed and refined products commonly used in modern fast food. In conclusion, medieval food was not just bland or basic, it was diverse, flavorful, and often healthier than many of the fast food options available today. From exotic spices to fresh vegetables, meats, and herbs, medieval cuisine had much more to offer than we often give it credit for. The wide variety of ingredients and cooking methods, along with the emphasis on fresh, seasonal food, made medieval meals far more satisfying and nutritious than the mass-produced options we often consume in modern times. So the next time you think about medieval food, remember that it was a time of culinary creativity, with a rich and diverse food culture that stands in stark contrast to today's processed fast food. The image of medieval peasants often conjures up a bleak existence filled with endless toil, crushing poverty, and subjugation under merciless lords. However, while the life of a medieval peasant was certainly challenging, it was far from hopeless. In fact, many peasants enjoyed a sense of community, stability, and even leisure that we often overlook. Today, we are going to explore the reality of peasant life in the Middle Ages and see why it wasn't as miserable as movies and TV shows often suggest. First, let's talk about work. Peasants did work hard, especially during planting and harvest seasons, but they were not constantly laboring from sunrise to sunset every single day. The medieval calendar was filled with religious holidays and festivals, many of which provided days off from work. Some estimates suggest that peasants in medieval Europe actually had more holidays than modern workers. In addition, work was often communal, meaning tasks like plowing fields or harvesting crops were shared among villagers, making them more manageable and even social. Speaking of community, the village was the heart of peasant life, Unlike the isolated and downtrodden figures we often see in historical dramas, medieval peasants were part of tight-knit communities. They worked together, celebrated together, and supported one another in difficult times. Many villages had communal lands where peasants could graze their animals or gather firewood, and disputes were often settled locally rather than through distant lords or kings. Another common misconception is that peasants had no personal freedom, while some were serfs, meaning they were legally bound to the land they worked. Many were free peasants who owned or rented their land. Even serfs were not slaves. They had rights, including protection from their lords, the ability to farm their own small plots of land, and in some cases the ability to buy their freedom. Lords depended on their peasants, and while the relationship was not always fair, it was not purely oppressive either. Food was also better than many assume. While peasants did not eat the luxurious meals of the nobility, their diet was relatively balanced. Bread was a staple, but they also ate vegetables, dairy products, and occasionally meat or fish. Beer and ale were common, as water was not always safe to drink. Many peasants had small gardens where they grew herbs and additional crops, supplementing their diet and providing a degree of self-sufficiency. Fairs and festivals were a major part of peasant life. Church holidays often involved feasts, dancing and entertainment, giving peasants a break from their labor. Some festivals included games, performances, and competitions that brought entire communities together. Traveling merchants and entertainers brought goods and stories from faraway places, adding excitement to what many imagine as a monotonous existence. Marriage and family life also provided stability. While arranged marriages were common, many medieval records suggest that personal choice played a larger role than often assumed. Peasants married within their communities, and families worked together to maintain their farms and livelihoods. Women, while often expected to manage household duties, also worked in the fields and had an active role in village life. Some even ran businesses or inherited land. While medieval peasants faced hardships like poor harvests, disease and taxation, their lives were not defined solely by suffering. They had social bonds, traditions and periods of rest that balanced their labor. Understanding the reality of peasant life helps us appreciate the resilience and resourcefulness of those who lived during the Middle Ages. Far from being powerless victims, they were the backbone of medieval society, shaping the world in ways that are often overlooked. The role of the Church in the Middle Ages is often misunderstood. Many imagine it as a force that stifled progress, suppressed knowledge and controlled society with an iron grip. While the Church did hold significant power, it was also a driving force for education, medical care, and technological advancements. Monasteries in particular played a key role in preserving ancient knowledge, fostering innovation, and improving the lives of medieval people. The Church was more than a religious institution. It was a center of learning, a provider of social welfare, and a promoter of advancements that shaped European civilization. One of the Church's most important contributions was the preservation of classical knowledge. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, much of Europe faced instability, and many classical texts could have been lost forever. Monastic communities across Europe painstakingly copied and preserved works from ancient Greece and Rome, including texts on philosophy, medicine, and science. Without their efforts, the Renaissance may never have had the foundation it needed to flourish centuries later. These monasteries didn't merely preserve texts, they studied them, annotated them, and passed them down to future generations. The famous scriptoriums, where monks worked diligently to transcribe manuscripts, were hubs of intellectual activity that ensured knowledge was not only safeguarded, but expanded upon. Education was another area where the Church had a significant impact. While universities were not exclusive to the Church, many of Europe's first universities, including those in Paris, Oxford and Bologna, were founded with Church support. These institutions trained scholars in theology, law, medicine and philosophy, ensuring that intellectual life continued to evolve. The medieval university system laid the groundwork for the modern higher education system, introducing structured curricula, degrees and academic debate. Far from opposing science, many medieval scholars sought to reconcile faith and reason, leading to important developments in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy. Figures like Albertus Magnus and Roger Bacon made strides in scientific inquiry, proving that religious faith and intellectual curiosity could coexist. The Church also played a crucial role in providing medical care. Monastic hospitals were some of the earliest organized medical facilities in Europe. Monks and nuns cared for the sick, often using herbal remedies and treatments based on ancient medical texts. While medieval medicine had its limitations, these religious institutions provided care to those who had nowhere else to turn. Some monasteries even conducted early forms of medical research, experimenting with different treatments and documenting their findings. They applied knowledge from the ancient Greek and Islamic medical traditions, helping to improve medical practice over time. The concept of charity hospitals, which would later evolve into modern healthcare systems, was pioneered by the Church's commitment to aiding the sick and the poor. Technological innovation flourished in monastic communities as well. Monks developed improved agricultural techniques, such as crop rotation and irrigation systems, which helped increase food production and prevent famine. Many monasteries had their own mills, breweries and workshops, refining production methods for everything from textiles to metallurgy. Some monks even contributed to mechanical advancements, designing clocks and water-powered machinery that would later influence European industry. The Cistercian order, for example, was known for its expertise in hydraulic engineering, developing sophisticated water management systems that powered mills and increased agricultural efficiency. Their innovations in architecture, particularly in the construction of churches and cathedrals, also set new engineering standards that influenced later generations. Beyond practical innovations, the Church also played a role in social organization and charity. Many monasteries provided food and shelter to the poor, and church institutions often mediated disputes, helping maintain social stability. The idea that the Church was purely an oppressive force ignores the countless ways in which it improved medieval society. In times of famine or crisis, the Church often acted as a safety net, distributing food and offering aid to those in need. Monastic communities were self-sustaining, but also functioned as centers of economic activity, producing goods that were traded locally and internationally. The Benedictine rule, which emphasized labor alongside prayer, created a model where religious life and economic productivity went hand in hand. Art and culture also thrived under the Church's influence. The Church was the primary patron of the arts, commissioning stunning frescoes, illuminated manuscripts and monumental architecture. Gothic cathedrals, with their towering spires and intricate stained glass, were not just places of worship but also showcases of artistic and engineering mastery. Music, too, was deeply shaped by the Church, with Gregorian chant evolving into more complex forms of polyphony, setting the stage for the rich musical traditions of later periods. While the Church was not without its flaws, it was far more than just an obstacle to progress. Through its monasteries, universities and charitable efforts, it helped preserve knowledge, advance medicine, and even drive technological innovation. The Middle Ages were not an era of intellectual darkness, and the Church was one of the key reasons why. By fostering education, supporting scientific inquiry, and ensuring that knowledge was passed down through generations, the Church played a foundational role in shaping the modern world. The Crusades are often remembered as a brutal series of wars driven by religious fanaticism, conquest, and bloodshed. While it is true that they were marked by violence and conflict, this narrow view overlooks their profound impact on cultural exchange, trade, and scientific advancement. Far from being mere military campaigns, the Crusades played a significant role in shaping medieval Europe and the broader world by fostering connections between different civilizations. They were a complex phenomenon that not only reshaped the political landscape of the time, but also left a lasting mark on the development of knowledge, commerce, and cross-cultural interactions. One of the most overlooked aspects of the Crusades is the immense cultural exchange they facilitated. When European crusaders traveled to the Near East, they encountered the advanced civilizations of the Islamic world, which had preserved and expanded upon the knowledge of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Islamic scholars had made great strides in fields such as medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, areas in which medieval Europe had largely stagnated following the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Crusaders brought back new ideas that had been lost or forgotten in Europe, including the use of Arabic numerals, algebra, and advanced medical practices. The rediscovery and assimilation of these ideas laid the groundwork for the later Renaissance and helped bridge the intellectual gap between antiquity and the modern era. Trade was another major consequence of the Crusades. Contact with the Middle East introduced Europeans to goods and materials previously unknown or scarce in the West, such as spices, silk, sugar, cotton, exotic fruits, and glassware. The demand for these commodities led to the expansion of trade routes, which not only enriched European economies, but also led to the rise of powerful merchant cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became major centers of commerce, connecting Europe with the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and beyond. The economic impact of these new trade connections continued to shape European markets for centuries, fueling commercial expansion, urbanization, and the eventual rise of a powerful merchant class that would challenge the dominance of the feudal aristocracy. In addition to economic and intellectual benefits, the Crusades also influenced European military strategies and castle architecture. Exposure to Islamic fortifications, such as concentric castles, towering stone walls, and advanced defensive structures, led to innovations in European castle design. Many of the lessons learned in the East were later implemented in the construction of castles across Europe, resulting in stronger, more strategically placed fortifications that played a key role in the defense of European territories for centuries to come. Similarly, the Crusades introduced new weapons, siege techniques, and battle tactics that transformed medieval warfare. The use of crossbows, trebuchets, and Greek fire became more widespread, while cavalry tactics and military organization saw significant refinements based on encounters with Muslim armies. The exchange of medical knowledge was particularly significant. Islamic scholars had built upon the medical texts of the Greeks and Romans, developing advanced surgical techniques, medical instruments, and hospital systems that were far more sophisticated than those found in Europe at the time. European physicians who encountered these innovations during the Crusades brought them back to the West, helping to improve medical practices across Europe. The establishment of hospitals and medical schools benefited from these new techniques, gradually transforming medieval healthcare. The concept of quarantine, introduced by Muslim doctors to prevent the spread of diseases, was adopted in European cities, influencing future public health policies. Translations of Arabic medical texts, such as those by Avicenna and Al-Razi, played a crucial role in shaping medieval European medicine for centuries. Religious tolerance and coexistence, while not the primary focus of the Crusades, also emerged as a byproduct of the interactions between different cultures. While hostilities were common, periods of peace and cooperation did exist. Some Christian and Muslim leaders, such as Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, engaged in diplomatic negotiations and mutual respect, recognizing that alliances and truces could serve their interests better than continued warfare. In cities where different faiths coexisted, intellectual and commercial exchanges flourished, leading to a blending of artistic styles, architectural influences, and even culinary traditions. The adoption of spices and new cooking techniques, for example, transformed European cuisine, introducing flavors and methods that are still evident in modern dishes. The Crusades also played a crucial role in shaping the identity of medieval Europe. The idea of a unified Christendom, fighting under the banner of a common cause, helped strengthen a sense of European cultural identity that transcended national and regional divisions. While conflicts between European powers persisted, the shared experience of the Crusades fostered a greater awareness of Europe as a distinct entity within a broader global context. Additionally, the increased contact with the Islamic world encouraged European scholars to seek out and translate classical works, further accelerating the revival of classical learning that would later define the Renaissance. While the Crusades undeniably caused destruction and suffering, their legacy extends far beyond warfare. They reshaped Europe's economic and intellectual landscape, strengthened cultural connections between East and West, and contributed to technological and scientific advancements. The movement of people, goods, and ideas between Europe and the Middle East had lasting effects on the development of medicine, architecture, military strategy, commerce, and even art. Understanding the full impact of the Crusades allows us to see them not just as battles of faith, but as a complex historical phenomenon that influenced the development of the modern world. Despite their origins in religious conflict, the unintended consequences of the Crusades played a crucial role in shaping the intellectual and economic foundations of Europe, leaving a legacy that is still felt today. When thinking about the Middle Ages, many people imagine a bleak and monotonous existence, but in reality, medieval life was filled with a variety of sports, games, and festivals that brought communities together. Far from being a time of constant hardship, the Middle Ages were rich with entertainment, social events, and thrilling competitions that kept people engaged and excited. From grand tournaments to music festivals, from board games to early forms of football, medieval society had an extensive and vibrant entertainment culture. One of the most iconic forms of entertainment in the Middle Ages was the knightly tournament. These grand events, which were both sporting competitions and social spectacles, drew crowds from all walks of life. Knights would engage in jousting matches, displaying their combat prowess by charging at each other with lances while on horseback. Beyond jousting, tournaments also included mock battles known as melees, where groups of knights fought one another in large-scale combat simulations. These events were not only displays of martial skill, but also major social occasions where nobles and commoners alike gathered to enjoy the excitement, cheer for their champions, and celebrate with feasts and festivities. Beyond the battlefield, music and dance played a crucial role in medieval entertainment. Minstrels and troubadours traveled from town to town, performing ballads, storytelling, and playing instruments such as the lute, harp, and flute. These musicians were an essential part of courtly life, but they also performed at fairs and festivals, bringing joy to ordinary people. Medieval dances such as the carol were popular at gatherings, allowing people to express themselves rhythmically and socially. The songs and stories performed often carried moral lessons, historical tales, or romantic themes, keeping audiences entertained while also preserving cultural narratives. Medieval fairs and festivals were another major source of entertainment. These lively events took place in towns and villages, usually on religious feast days or during seasonal celebrations. Market stalls would be set up, selling food, clothing, and handmade crafts, while entertainers such as jugglers, acrobats, and fire-breathers dazzled the crowds. Games of chance and skill, such as archery contests and wrestling matches, added to the excitement. These festivals provided a rare break from daily labor, allowing communities to come together in merriment and celebration. Sports and physical activities were also a significant part of medieval recreation. Early forms of football, known as mob football, were particularly popular. Unlike the modern game, these matches had few rules and often involved entire villages competing against one another, with goals sometimes set miles apart. The game was rough, chaotic, and could last for hours, but it was a thrilling and beloved pastime. Archery was another favorite activity, and in some places it was even required by law for men to practice regularly, both as a form of entertainment and military preparedness. Wrestling, boxing, and other forms of hand-to-hand combat were also widely enjoyed, with contests held at fairs and celebrations. Board games and gambling were common among people of all social classes. Chess, which had been introduced to Europe from the Islamic world, became a favorite pastime of the nobility. The game of tables, an early version of backgammon, was another popular choice. Dice games, often played for money, were common in taverns and at festivals, despite repeated attempts by the church to discourage gambling. These games not only provided entertainment, but also helped develop strategic thinking and social interaction. Even in monasteries where religious devotion was central to life, forms of entertainment existed. Monks engaged in writing and illustrating manuscripts, a highly skilled and artistic activity that could also be deeply enjoyable. They also played board games, engaged in philosophical debates, and occasionally participated in athletic competitions. The notion that medieval life was devoid of pleasure and amusement is far from accurate. The Middle Ages were a time of excitement, social bonding, and creative expression. Whether through the clash of lances in a tournament, the lively melodies of a minstrel, or the communal joy of a festival, medieval people found ways to make their lives rich and fulfilling. Entertainment was woven into the fabric of daily life, proving that the medieval era was anything but dull. The common perception of medieval justice often conjures images of ruthless punishments, arbitrary rulings, and lawless societies where might made right. In reality, however, the medieval world had well-developed legal systems and institutions that maintained order and sought to administer justice in a structured way. While the methods and punishments were different from modern standards, medieval societies had courts, law enforcement, and various forms of legal recourse that provided stability and regulation. Medieval law was based on a combination of customary traditions, royal decrees, and religious influence. In many regions, justice was carried out through a hierarchical system that included local lords, town councils, and royal courts. The legal framework varied across Europe, with common law developing in England, while continental Europe followed Roman and canon law traditions. Local laws and customs also played a major role, ensuring that justice was tailored to the needs of specific communities. One of the earliest forms of law enforcement was the watch system, in which townspeople were responsible for maintaining security. Many cities and towns had officials, such as reeves or bailiffs, who acted as early forms of police officers, enforcing laws and ensuring that criminals were brought to justice. In England, the position of the sheriff emerged as a key enforcer of royal law, responsible for maintaining order within a shire and overseeing the local courts. Similarly, in the Holy Roman Empire and France, provosts and other officials carried out similar duties. Contrary to popular belief, not all crimes were met with brutal punishments. While serious offences such as murder, treason, and highway robbery could lead to executions, many crimes were dealt with through fines, restitution, or public shaming. For instance, theft was often punished with a fine or the return of stolen goods, rather than immediate execution. In some cases, repeat offenders faced harsher penalties, but the idea of proportional justice was present in many legal systems. Trial by ordeal, a method in which the accused underwent physical tests, such as holding a hot iron to determine guilt, was gradually replaced by more structured legal procedures by the late medieval period. The court system itself was more sophisticated than commonly assumed. Local courts, often presided over by lords or town officials, handled minor disputes and petty crimes, while higher courts addressed more serious cases. In England, the system of royal courts helped establish legal consistency, and the practice of jury trials began to emerge. Instead of relying solely on a lord's judgment, some cases were decided by panels of local men who swore to judge fairly based on their knowledge of the accused and the circumstances. This early form of the jury system helped lay the foundation for modern legal proceedings. Church courts also played a major role in medieval justice. The clergy had their own legal system, known as canon law, which governed matters related to the church, such as marriage, morality, and disputes among clergy. These courts often handed down more lenient punishments than secular courts, focusing on penance rather than corporal punishment. Clergy members accused of crimes could sometimes claim benefit of clergy, allowing them to be tried in church courts rather than by secular authorities, which often led to lighter sentences. Medieval towns and cities also developed their own legal codes and institutions to maintain order. Guilds, which controlled trade and crafts, had their own rules and mechanisms for resolving disputes among members. Some cities, particularly those with charters granting them legal autonomy, had elaborate court systems that functioned independently of feudal lords. The growing use of written legal records helped improve consistency in judgments and ensured that legal precedents were followed. Despite the existence of legal systems, justice in the medieval world was not always fair. Corruption, bribery, and social status often influenced rulings, with wealthier individuals sometimes able to buy their way out of punishment. However, the evolution of medieval law laid the groundwork for many principles that still exist today, such as due process, proportional punishment, and community involvement in legal decisions. The idea that medieval justice was purely arbitrary or excessively cruel is an oversimplification. While punishments could be harsh, legal institutions provided structure and order, ensuring that societies functioned relatively smoothly. From early police forces to jury trials, the medieval legal system was far more advanced than many assume, showing that the concept of justice has long been an essential part of human civilization. When people think of Vikings, they often imagine ruthless warriors raiding monasteries, burning villages, and leaving destruction in their wake. While the Vikings were indeed fierce fighters and skilled raiders, this one-dimensional portrayal overlooks their crucial roles as traders, explorers, and innovators. The Viking Age, which lasted roughly from the late 8th to the early 11th century, was not just an era of conquest, but also one of remarkable cultural and economic exchange, maritime advancements, and exploration that left a lasting impact on the world. One of the most overlooked aspects of Viking society was their role as traders. Viking merchants traveled far and wide, establishing trade routes that stretched from Scandinavia to the Middle East. They brought goods such as furs, amber, and walrus ivory from the north, and traded them for silk, spices, and silver from the Islamic caliphates and the Byzantine Empire. Viking trade hubs like Hedeby and Birka flourished as bustling centers of commerce, where traders from different cultures exchanged goods, knowledge, and ideas. The Vikings' extensive trade networks helped connect distant civilizations, making them key players in medieval global commerce. Vikings were also skilled explorers and navigators, setting sail on voyages that took them to new and uncharted territories. Their longships, marvels of naval engineering, allowed them to travel vast distances across open seas and navigate shallow rivers with ease. Viking explorers such as Leif Erikson reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus, establishing settlements in what is now Newfoundland. Others sailed to Iceland, Greenland, and even as far as the Caspian Sea. Their fearless exploration expanded the known world and paved the way for future maritime expeditions. Aside from their reputation as warriors, the Vikings were also pioneers in shipbuilding and seafaring. Their longships were not only fast and agile, but also capable of withstanding harsh ocean conditions. These vessels were instrumental in their military campaigns, but also facilitated trade and exploration. The Viking mastery of shipbuilding influenced naval technology for centuries, setting the foundation for future advancements in maritime travel. Viking society was also more structured and sophisticated than many assume. They had complex legal systems, with assemblies known as things where disputes were settled and laws were made. These gatherings, which involved community participation, ensured that justice was maintained without the need for centralized authority. Women in Viking society had more rights than in many other medieval cultures, with the ability to own property, initiate divorce, and run businesses. In addition to their trading and governance, the Vikings had a rich cultural and artistic heritage. Their sagas and poetry preserved the legends of their gods, heroes, and historical events. Intricate carvings, metalwork, and rune stones demonstrated their artistic skill and deep cultural traditions. The Norse myths and stories they left behind continue to captivate people today, influencing literature, art, and even modern entertainment. The legacy of the Vikings extends far beyond their raids. They were entrepreneurs, explorers, and cultural influencers who shaped the course of history. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and connect different parts of the medieval world makes them one of the most fascinating civilizations of their time. Rather than mere barbarians, the Vikings were a people of great ambition and vision, leaving an enduring mark on the world through their trade, exploration, and technological advancements. When we think of banks today, images of towering skyscrapers, digital transactions, and credit cards likely come to mind. However, the origins of modern banking can be traced back to the Middle Ages, when medieval merchants, traders, and early bankers developed complex systems of credit, loans, and financial instruments long before the advent of modern finance. The medieval financial system was built on practical needs and grew as commerce expanded, laying the groundwork for the intricate banking structures that would later dominate the global economy. One of the earliest examples of medieval banking can be found in the bustling merchant cities of Italy, particularly in places like Venice, Florence, and Genoa. These cities were central to trade between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and merchants had to manage large sums of money to finance their extensive trade operations. To facilitate these transactions, Early bankers began to develop mechanisms such as letters of credit, which allowed merchants to borrow money from one city and repay it in another without having to physically transport large sums of currency. This system provided a level of security and convenience for traders, allowing them to engage in long-distance commerce with greater confidence. Alongside letters of credit, medieval bankers also developed the concept of promissory notes, which were essentially promises to repay a loan at a later date. These notes were used by both individuals and institutions, and they served as a precursor to the checks that we use today. Promissory notes were often used in international trade, allowing merchants to complete transactions without the need for hard currency, which was often in short supply. This system of credit helped to stimulate the growth of trade and commerce during the medieval period, as it enabled merchants to conduct business more efficiently and securely. The Medici family, who rose to prominence in 15th century Florence, are perhaps the most famous example of medieval bankers. The Medici Bank, established by Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici in 1397, became one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe. The Medici family used a variety of innovative financial tools, including double-entry bookkeeping, to manage their vast business empire. This system allowed for more accurate and efficient accounting, enabling them to track their profits, expenses, and debts with greater precision. The success of the Medici Bank laid the foundation for the development of modern banking practices and was instrumental in the financial growth of the Italian Renaissance. In addition to credit systems and promissory notes, early medieval bankers also developed rudimentary forms of insurance. Merchants engaged in long-distance trade often faced the risk of losing their goods due to shipwrecks, piracy, or theft. To mitigate these risks, some merchants began to pool their resources and share the burden of potential losses. This practice evolved into early forms of marine insurance, where merchants would pay a premium in exchange for protection against the loss of their cargo during transit. This form of insurance was particularly important for the growing trade routes across the Mediterranean, as it provided merchants with a safety net and encouraged further investment in trade. The rise of banking in the Middle Ages also led to the establishment of the first true banks, known as banca in Italian, which were often located in public squares or marketplaces. These early banks were operated by wealthy merchant families who provided loans to traders and entrepreneurs. The banks also acted as a place for depositors to safely store their money, offering a degree of security that was previously unavailable. While these medieval banks were not as complex as modern financial institutions, they played a crucial role in facilitating the flow of capital and supporting the growth of trade and commerce. Despite the many advancements made in medieval banking, the practice of lending money at interest was viewed with suspicion by the Catholic Church, which considered it usury. The Church's prohibition on charging interest created tension between religious and financial institutions, as bankers often had to navigate complex theological debates to justify their practices. Over time, however, the Church's stance on usury softened, and bankers found ways to work within the constraints of religious doctrine while continuing to develop their financial systems. The medieval banking system was not limited to Italy. In other parts of Europe, such as Spain, France, and England, Jewish and Lombard bankers played important roles in financing trade and providing loans. These bankers often operated in a legal grey area, as their work was sometimes viewed with suspicion by local authorities. However, their services were indispensable, and they helped facilitate the movement of money across Europe, particularly in regions where the Christian prohibition on usury was strictly enforced. As trade expanded and economies grew more complex, the need for more sophisticated financial institutions became evident. The early banking systems of the Middle Ages provided a foundation for the development of modern banking practices, including the establishment of national banks, the creation of paper currency, and the development of stock markets. The innovations of medieval bankers and merchants were essential in the evolution of finance, and without them, the economic structures of the modern world may never have come to be. The legacy of medieval banking is still felt today, as many of the practices developed during this period form the backbone of our contemporary financial system. The use of credit, promissory notes, and even the concept of insurance all trace their roots to the Middle Ages, and without these early innovations, the modern banking world would be unrecognizable. The Middle Ages, far from being an era of economic stagnation, were a time of financial creativity and innovation, setting the stage for the economic revolutions that would follow in later centuries. The end of the Middle Ages is often seen as a dramatic shift, with the Renaissance standing in stark contrast to the so-called Dark Ages. This view suggests that the Renaissance was a sudden break from medieval life, ushering in a new era of humanism, science, and artistic achievement. However, the reality is much more complex. The transition from the medieval period to the Renaissance was not a sudden or abrupt change, but rather a gradual evolution, shaped by a multitude of factors that built upon the intellectual, cultural, and technological foundations laid in the Middle Ages. The term Renaissance, meaning rebirth, reflects the revival of interest in classical Greek and Roman culture, particularly in art, philosophy, and literature. While it is true that the Renaissance saw a renewed focus on the classical past, this movement did not arise out of a vacuum. The intellectual developments of the Middle Ages, including the preservation and study of ancient texts by medieval scholars, played a crucial role in the Renaissance's emergence. Monasteries and universities in the medieval period were central to the preservation of knowledge, and scholars in these institutions meticulously copied and translated ancient works, ensuring that classical learning was not lost. The Renaissance would not have been possible without the medieval efforts to safeguard this knowledge. In addition to the intellectual continuity between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the rise of the Renaissance was also closely linked to the economic and political changes of the late medieval period. The economic expansion of the 12th and 13th centuries, fueled by increased trade, urbanization, and the growth of banking, created a more affluent and stable society. This newfound wealth provided the resources necessary to support the artistic and intellectual pursuits that defined the Renaissance. Cities like Florence, Venice, and Milan became cultural hubs, where wealthy patrons, including the Medici family, funded the work of artists, architects, and scholars. The technological advancements of the medieval period also laid the groundwork for the Renaissance. The development of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the 15th century revolutionized the spread of knowledge, making books more widely available and affordable. This innovation greatly accelerated the dissemination of Renaissance ideas and allowed for the rapid exchange of information across Europe. The printing press was an extension of earlier medieval technological advancements, such as the mechanical clock and improved agricultural tools, which had already begun to transform European society. Another key element of the Renaissance was the growing emphasis on individualism and humanism, ideas that were not entirely new but were further developed during this period. While medieval thinkers were primarily concerned with religious matters and the afterlife, Renaissance scholars and artists began to place a greater focus on human experience, reason, and the natural world. The humanist movement, which sought to revive the study of classical languages, literature, and philosophy, was influenced by the intellectual traditions of the Middle Ages, particularly scholasticism, which emphasized reason and logic. Renaissance humanism was not a rejection of the medieval worldview, but rather a continuation of the intellectual pursuits that had been ongoing for centuries. In art and architecture, the Renaissance witnessed a revival of classical forms and ideals, such as the use of perspective, the study of anatomy, and a focus on proportion and harmony. However, these artistic innovations did not emerge overnight. Medieval artists, particularly those working in the Gothic style, had already begun experimenting with techniques such as light, shadow, and perspective. The Renaissance took these developments to new heights, incorporating the scientific study of the human body and the natural world into artistic practice. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo built upon the work of their medieval predecessors, blending classical influences with new discoveries in science and mathematics. Politically, the late medieval period saw the decline of feudalism and the rise of centralized monarchies, a trend that would continue into the Renaissance. The development of strong centralized states in France, England, and Spain created the conditions for the growth of Renaissance culture. As kings and princes consolidated power, they were able to support the arts, sciences, and education, helping to foster the conditions for the flourishing of Renaissance ideas. At the same time, the weakening of the medieval church and the rise of secularism allowed for greater intellectual freedom and the questioning of established authority. The end of the Middle Ages and the dawn of the Renaissance was therefore a slow and gradual transformation rather than a sharp break. The Renaissance built upon the intellectual, artistic, and technological achievements of the Middle Ages, and many of the ideas and practices that defined this new era were already in development during the medieval period. The transition from the medieval to the modern world was a process that spanned centuries, shaped by the efforts of countless individuals who contributed to the intellectual, artistic, and cultural movements of both periods. In hindsight, it is clear that the Renaissance was not a complete departure from the Middle Ages, but rather a continuation of a long intellectual and cultural evolution. The Middle Ages provided the foundations for the Renaissance's achievements, and the Renaissance in turn set the stage for the modern world. Far from being an abrupt end to the medieval period, the Renaissance was the culmination of centuries of development, a period in which the ideas and innovations of the Middle Ages found their fullest expression. The end of the Middle Ages, therefore, was not a sudden break, but a gradual and complex evolution that paved the way for the modern world. The origins of the Vikings can be traced back to the rugged and diverse landscapes of Scandinavia, a region that encompasses present-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Before the Viking Age officially began in the late 8th century, the Norse people had already developed a distinct cultural and societal identity. Their way of life was shaped by the challenging geography of the region, where dense forests, fjords, and mountains influenced settlement patterns and economic activities. Agriculture was difficult due to the harsh climate, leading many to rely on fishing, hunting, and trade. The long, dark winters and short summers played a crucial role in shaping their resilience and adaptability. Early Scandinavian society was structured around local communities, known as clans or kindreds, which were led by chieftains. These leaders were responsible for maintaining order, settling disputes, and leading warriors in battle. Society was divided into three main classes: the jarls, the aristocratic rulers who controlled land and resources; the carls, who were free farmers, craftsmen, and traders; and the thralls, who were slaves captured in war or born into servitude. This hierarchical system ensured that power and wealth were concentrated among the ruling elite, but the system also allowed for some social mobility through acts of bravery, trade, and marriage alliances. Despite being decentralized, Scandinavian societies maintained a strong sense of law and justice. Assemblies known as things served as governing councils where free men could voice their opinions, resolve disputes, and create laws. These gatherings were crucial in maintaining order and reinforcing the principles of honor and loyalty that were deeply ingrained in Norse culture. Honor was of utmost importance, and personal reputation often determined an individual's standing within the community. Feuds and blood vengeance were common, as families sought to protect their honor through retaliation when wronged. Religious beliefs played a fundamental role in shaping the worldview of the Norse people. Before the widespread adoption of Christianity, they practiced what is now referred to as Norse paganism, a polytheistic religion centered around a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Odin the Allfather was revered as the god of wisdom, war, and death, often depicted as a one-eyed wanderer seeking knowledge. Thor, the god of thunder and protector of humanity, wielded his mighty hammer Mjolnir to battle giants and other forces of chaos. Freyja, the goddess of love, fertility, and war, held a prominent place in Norse mythology, along with her twin brother Freyr, who was associated with prosperity and harvests. The Norse cosmos was envisioned as a great tree called Yggdrasil, which connected the 9 realms, including Asgard, the home of the gods, Midgard, the realm of humans, and Hel, the underworld ruled by the goddess Hel. The concept of fate, or word, was deeply embedded in their beliefs, with the Norns, 3 mystical beings weaving the destinies of gods and men alike. The afterlife was a crucial aspect of Norse mythology, with warriors who died bravely in battle being chosen by the Valkyries to reside in Valhalla, Odin's great hall, where they would prepare for Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world. Sacrificial rituals and ceremonies were common in Norse religious practices. Temples and sacred groves served as places of worship where offerings of food, weapons, and sometimes even human sacrifices were made to appease the gods. Seasonal festivals marked important events, such as the winter solstice, which was celebrated as Yule, a time of feasting and honoring the gods. The Norse also believed in spirits and supernatural beings, including elves, dwarves, and land spirits, which played a role in their daily lives and agricultural practices. By the time the Viking Age began, the Norse people had developed a robust and dynamic society shaped by their environment, traditions, and religious beliefs. Their warrior culture, seafaring expertise, and trading networks set the stage for the expansion that would define the Viking Age. The values of honor, loyalty, and resilience remained at the core of their identity, influencing their interactions with the wider world in the centuries to come. The Viking Age officially began with one of the most infamous raids in European history. On June 8, 793 AD, a fleet of Viking longships appeared off the coast of Northumbria, heading for Lindisfarne, a small island home to a wealthy monastery. The monks who lived there had little warning before the Norse warriors stormed the island, looting its treasures, burning its buildings, and slaughtering or enslaving many of its inhabitants. The attack on Lindisfarne shocked the Christian world, marking the beginning of what would become centuries of Viking raids across Europe. The brutality of the attack left a lasting impression, as the sacred site was reduced to ruins, and survivors spread word of the northern invaders who showed no regard for the Christian faith or its places of worship. The reasons behind the sudden Viking expansion are complex and rooted in a combination of economic, political, and environmental factors. One of the primary motivations was the search for wealth. The Vikings came from societies that relied heavily on trade, and they knew that monasteries and towns across Europe were rich in gold, silver, and valuable goods. The fragmentation of political power in many parts of Europe made these targets even more vulnerable. The Carolingian Empire in France, Anglo-Saxon England, and the various kingdoms of Ireland were often engaged in internal conflicts, making it easy for small, highly mobile Viking raiding parties to strike without facing strong resistance. The lack of a centralized defensive system in many regions allowed the Vikings to exploit weaknesses and return year after year to pillage new locations. Another major factor driving Viking expansion was the growing population of Scandinavia. By the late 8th century, limited arable land and increasing competition among chieftains created pressure to seek new territories. Younger sons who had no inheritance opportunities at home often turned to raiding as a way to gain wealth and status. Some Norse groups eventually transitioned from raiding to settling in new lands, establishing long-term Viking communities in England, Ireland and France. Over time, these settlements grew into powerful strongholds, influencing the cultural and political landscapes of the regions they occupied. Many Vikings took local wives, adopted regional customs, and integrated into existing societies, gradually shifting from plunderers to rulers. The technological superiority of the Viking longship played a crucial role in their early success. These ships were designed for speed, agility, and the ability to navigate both open seas and shallow rivers. This versatility allowed Viking raiders to strike deep into the heart of Europe, attacking inland settlements that had never faced seaborne threats before. Their hit-and-run tactics made them difficult to predict and counter. Rather than engaging in prolonged sieges or large-scale battles, Viking warriors preferred quick, brutal assaults that left little time for organized defense. Their longships could be hauled over land and used to bypass enemy fortifications, giving them a strategic advantage that few other armies possessed at the time. Early Viking raids targeted isolated monasteries, coastal villages, and unprotected trade centers. Monasteries were particularly attractive because they were not only rich but also lightly defended. The monks who lived there had no military training, and Christian doctrine discouraged armed resistance. Viking attacks on monasteries spread quickly across Europe, with similar raids occurring in Scotland, Ireland, and the Frankish territories within just a few years of Lindisfarne. The psychological impact of these raids was immense, as terrified communities fled before the Viking onslaught, abandoning their homes and wealth in the face of the seemingly unstoppable northern warriors. The success of these early raids encouraged more warriors to join the Viking expeditions. What began as small-scale plundering soon evolved into organized, large-scale campaigns involving hundreds of ships and thousands of warriors. As Viking leaders amassed wealth and power, they became more ambitious, moving beyond simple raiding to the establishment of permanent settlements and even attempts at conquest. In some cases, entire armies were formed, led by powerful warlords who sought to carve out their own kingdoms in foreign lands. Viking-controlled territories such as the Danelaw in England and the Duchy of Normandy in France emerged as a direct result of these conquests, altering the political landscape of medieval Europe. The Viking Age was only just beginning, and Europe would never be the same again. The fear and awe that the Vikings inspired would shape the policies of kings and emperors, forcing them to develop new military strategies and fortifications to protect their lands. Over the next several centuries, Viking expansion would continue, leaving a permanent mark on the history of the Western world. Their reputation as fierce warriors, skilled traders, and daring explorers would define an era, ensuring that the legacy of the Vikings would never be forgotten. As the 9th century dawned, Viking raids intensified and evolved into widespread campaigns of expansion across Europe. No longer were these Norse warriors content with isolated attacks on monasteries and coastal settlements. Instead, they launched full-scale invasions that altered the political and cultural landscapes of the regions they targeted. The British Isles, Ireland, and the Frankish territories became primary targets for Viking aggression, leading to the establishment of new settlements, trade centers, and even Viking-controlled territories. The British Isles faced some of the most relentless Viking attacks. England at the time, divided into several competing Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, struggled to mount a unified defense against the Norse incursions. The first major recorded Viking assault on England after Lindisfarne came in 835 AD, when Danish raiders targeted the Isle of Sheppey. Over the following decades, attacks became more frequent and devastating. Entire towns were sacked, churches were plundered, and rulers found themselves constantly under threat. One of the most significant events of this period was the arrival of the Great Heathen Army in 865 AD. Unlike previous Viking raids, which were largely hit-and-run operations, this invasion force was a coordinated effort by several Norse warlords, including the legendary brothers Ivar the Boneless, Ubbi and Halfdan. The Great Heathen Army systematically conquered large portions of England, toppling the Kingdom of Northumbria in 866, East Anglia in 869, and threatening the powerful Kingdom of Wessex. The legendary Anglo-Saxon King Alfred the Great ultimately resisted Viking domination, achieving a critical victory at the Battle of Edington in 878 AD, which led to the Treaty of Wedmore. This treaty divided England between the Anglo-Saxons and the Vikings, resulting in the establishment of the Danelaw, a vast territory in which Norse customs and laws prevailed. Ireland also became a prime target for Viking expansion. The Norse first raided the Irish coast in the early 9th century, but by the mid-800s, they had begun establishing permanent settlements. One of the most important Viking strongholds was Dublin, founded in 841 AD. Dublin quickly grew into a major centre of trade and commerce, connecting Ireland to the vast Viking trade network that stretched from the North Atlantic to the Middle East. Other settlements such as Limerick, Waterford and Cork also emerged as key Viking enclaves. The Norse integrated into Irish society to some extent, intermarrying with the local population and participating in the complex web of Irish dynastic conflicts. The Frankish Empire, ruled by the descendants of Charlemagne, was another frequent target of Viking aggression. The vast wealth of Frankish monasteries and towns made them attractive to Norse raiders. In 845 AD, a massive Viking fleet, led by the legendary chieftain Ragnar Lothbrok, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris. The Frankish king Charles the Bold was forced to pay a ransom of 7,000 pounds of silver to make the Vikings withdraw. However, this only encouraged further raids, and Frankish rulers found themselves repeatedly extorted by Viking warbands demanding tribute, known as Danegeld. In an effort to stem the tide of Viking invasions, Charles the Simple struck a historic deal in 911 AD with the Viking leader Rollo. Under this agreement, Rollo was granted the region that would become Normandy in exchange for swearing fealty to the Frankish crown and defending the territory against future Viking attacks. Over time, Rollo and his descendants adopted Frankish customs, language and Christianity, laying the foundation for the powerful Duchy of Normandy. The Viking expansion across Europe was not merely about plundering and warfare. It also facilitated cultural exchange, economic growth, and the establishment of new trade routes. Viking merchants traveled as far as Byzantium and the Islamic Caliphates, bringing back goods, knowledge and influences that would shape the societies they interacted with. The Norse presence in Europe helped forge connections between distant regions, leading to an era of increased trade and exploration that would shape the continent for centuries to come. As the Viking Age progressed, the Norse presence in Europe evolved from raiding parties to organized settlements and political entities. The impact of their expansion was profound, reshaping borders, economies and cultures. Though they began as feared invaders, many Vikings ultimately integrated into the societies they once terrorized, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. The Vikings were not only fearsome raiders and warriors, but also highly skilled traders and merchants. From the 9th to the 11th century, Viking trade networks stretched across vast distances, connecting Scandinavia with Europe, the Middle East, and even Central Asia. Their ability to navigate rivers and open seas allowed them to establish trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies between different civilizations. This commercial aspect of Viking society played a crucial role in their expansion and influence. One of the most important Viking trade routes extended from the Baltic Sea through Eastern Europe, reaching as far as Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Utilizing the extensive river systems of modern-day Russia, including the Neva, Volkhov, Dnieper, and Volga rivers, Viking merchants, often referred to as the Rus, traveled deep into Slavic and Byzantine territories. This route became known as the Varangian route, a key artery of commerce that connected northern Europe to the wealth and splendor of the Eastern Roman Empire. Many Viking traders settled in cities such as Novgorod and Kiev, which became major centers of Norse trade and governance. By navigating the Dnieper River, they reached the Black Sea, where they conducted business in Constantinople, a city the Vikings called Miklagard, meaning the Great City. Trade between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was highly lucrative. The Norsemen brought valuable goods such as furs, honey, beeswax, and high-quality swords, while in return they received silk, spices, wine, and glassware from Byzantine merchants. Many Viking warriors also served as mercenaries in the Byzantine military, with the most famous among them joining the elite Varangian Guard, an imperial unit composed largely of Norse fighters. These warriors were highly prized for their loyalty and combat skills, and their presence in Constantinople strengthened the Viking-Byzantine relationship. Another major trading partner of the Vikings was the Islamic world. The Caliphate, which controlled vast territories stretching from Spain to Persia, had an insatiable demand for northern European goods. The Vikings played a key role in supplying the Islamic markets with commodities such as furs from Scandinavian animals, walrus ivory, amber, and most controversially slaves. The Vikings engaged in the slave trade extensively, capturing individuals from raids in England, Ireland, and Eastern Europe, and selling them in markets throughout the Islamic world. Silver was the most sought-after commodity by the Norse traders, and the discovery of thousands of Arab silver coins, known as dirhams, in Viking hordes across Scandinavia is evidence of the extensive commercial ties between the Vikings and the Muslim world. The Viking economy was not solely based on external trade. Within their own territories, they established bustling marketplaces in cities such as Hedeby, Birka, and Kaupang. These trading hubs became melting pots of different cultures, where Norse artisans, Slavic merchants, and Middle Eastern traders exchanged goods and knowledge. Hedeby, one of the largest Viking trading towns, was a focal point of commerce, connecting Scandinavia to the rest of Europe. Archaeological discoveries at these sites, including coins from the Islamic world, Byzantine jewelry, and silk from China, confirm the vast global reach of Viking commerce. Weapons also played a critical role in Viking trade. While Viking warriors were skilled craftsmen in producing their own swords, spears, and axes, they also traded for superior Frankish swords, which were considered among the best in Europe. In return, Vikings provided raw materials such as iron and worked metal goods. The trade of weapons not only equipped Viking raiders, but also helped local rulers in Scandinavia consolidate power by arming their followers. The impact of Viking trade extended beyond material goods. It facilitated cultural exchange, spreading ideas, religious influences, and technological advancements. The Vikings introduced new shipbuilding techniques, navigational skills, and even elements of their mythology to the regions they encountered. At the same time, they absorbed aspects of Christianity, Islamic scholarship, and Byzantine military tactics, which influenced their own societies over time. By the end of the 11th century, Viking trade had transformed from its early stages of piracy and raiding into an organized economic system. The interconnected trade networks built by the Norse ensured that Scandinavia remained a central part of European and global commerce. While their warrior reputation remains legendary, the Viking Age was also a golden era of trade and cultural exchange that helped shape the medieval world. As the Viking Age progressed from the 9th to the 11th century, Norse warriors and settlers moved beyond raiding and established permanent settlements and even entire kingdoms. These Viking-ruled territories played a crucial role in shaping the political and cultural landscapes of Europe. Their influence extended across England, Ireland, Scotland, Normandy, and the Isle of Man, leaving a legacy that would persist for centuries. One of the most significant Viking territorial expansions occurred in England with the formation of the Danelaw. The Danelaw was the name given to the region of England under Viking control, established after the successful campaigns of the Great Heathen Army in the late 9th century. This vast area encompassed much of northern and eastern England, including major cities such as York, which the Vikings captured in 866 AD and turned into a major trading and political centre. The Danelaw was governed by Norse customs and laws rather than Anglo-Saxon traditions, leading to a distinct cultural blend that influenced language, governance, and even place names. Many settlements still bear Viking-derived names, such as those ending in by, for example, Derby, Whitby, and Thorpe, for example, Scunthorpe. The Norse presence in England lasted until the early 11th century, when King Athelred the Unready and later King Canute of Denmark unified the land under a single crown. While the Danelaw in England was one of the most well-documented Viking settlements, the Norse also established a significant foothold in France. One of the most famous Viking rulers of this era was Rollo, a powerful Norse warlord who led repeated raids into Frankish territory. In 911 AD, King Charles the Simple of the West Frankish Kingdom made a strategic decision to grant Rollo and his followers land in what is now Normandy. In return, Rollo agreed to swear loyalty to the Frankish crown, convert to Christianity, and defend the territory against further Viking incursions. This agreement marked the foundation of Normandy, a region whose name itself means Land of the Northmen. Over time, Rollo's descendants adopted Frankish customs and language, merging Viking and Frankish traditions into a unique Norman identity. By the 11th century, the Normans had become a dominant force in European politics, culminating in the Norman conquest of England in 1066 under William the Conqueror, a direct descendant of Rollo. Beyond England and France, Viking settlements also thrived in Scotland, Ireland, and the Isle of Man. The rugged coasts and numerous islands of Scotland made it an attractive destination for Norse expansion. The Vikings first targeted monasteries and coastal settlements, but over time they established permanent communities, particularly in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. These northern isles became Norse strongholds, serving as important hubs for trade and further raiding expeditions. The Hebrides and parts of the Scottish mainland also fell under Viking control, with Norse earls ruling over these territories well into the Middle Ages. Viking influence in Scotland was so profound that even today, Norse cultural and linguistic elements persist in certain regions. Ireland, too, became a key area of Viking activity. Unlike in England, where the Norse established large-scale territorial control, the Viking presence in Ireland was more focused on trade and urban development. The founding of Dublin in 841 AD marked the beginning of one of the most significant Viking settlements in the British Isles. The Norse turned Dublin into a bustling trade hub, connecting Ireland to a wider network of commerce that included the British Isles, Scandinavia, and even the Mediterranean. Other cities, such as Waterford, Limerick and Cork, also developed under Viking influence, serving as centres for trade, shipbuilding and governance. Despite repeated conflicts with Irish kings, the Norse maintained a strong presence in Ireland until the late 11th century, when the local Gaelic lords eventually reclaimed control. The Isle of Man, located in the Irish Sea, became another vital Viking outpost. Due to its strategic position between Ireland, Scotland and England, the island served as a crucial link in the Viking trade and military network. The Norse established a lasting presence on the island, leaving behind significant archaeological and cultural remnants, including the famous Norse runestones that still stand today. The Viking influence on the Isle of Man persisted even after the formal end of the Viking Age, as the island continued to be ruled by Norse Gaelic kings for several centuries. Viking settlements and kingdoms did more than expand Norse influence. They contributed to the blending of cultures, languages, and traditions. The integration of Viking settlers with local populations led to the development of new hybrid societies, where Norse customs mixed with those of the Anglo-Saxons, Celts, and Franks. This cultural fusion laid the groundwork for future political changes in Europe, from the rise of Norman power to the strengthening of royal authority in England and France. By the late 11th century, the era of Viking conquests and settlements began to decline. The Christianization of Scandinavia, stronger European monarchies, and shifting political landscapes led to the gradual assimilation of Norse territories into larger kingdoms. However, the impact of the Viking settlements remained long after their decline, shaping the history and identities of the regions they once ruled. The Vikings' influence was not limited to the western regions of Europe. They also left a significant mark on the east. From the 9th to the 11th century, the Norse played a pivotal role in the formation of the Kievan Rus, a federation of Slavic and Norse tribes that would lay the foundations for the future Russian Empire. The Vikings, known as the Varangians in the east, also had extensive interactions with the Byzantine Empire, ranging from trade and diplomacy to mercenary service. These connections had lasting consequences for the political, cultural, and military landscapes of both regions. The foundation of Kievan Rus is traditionally attributed to the Varangians, who were invited by the Slavic tribes to rule over them and bring stability. In the 9th century, the Eastern Slavs were living in a fragmented and tumultuous region, often plagued by infighting and external threats. According to the Primary Chronicle, a key historical source from the period, the Slavic tribes sent out emissaries to find a ruler who could unite them. The emissaries eventually found a suitable leader in Rurik, a Varangian prince from the Norse homeland. Rurik and his successors established the Rurikid dynasty, which ruled Kievan Rus for several centuries. Rurik's rule was followed by his successors, including Oleg of Novgorod, who expanded the influence of the Varangians in the region. Oleg's conquest of Kiev in 882 AD marked the establishment of the Kievan Rus as a political entity. Under Oleg and his successors, the Kievan Rus began to grow into a powerful state, with the city of Kiev becoming the capital. The Varangians contributed not only to the military prowess of Kievan Rus, but also to its cultural and economic development. They integrated with the local Slavic population, intermarrying and adopting many Slavic customs while retaining their Norse traditions and governing structures. Trade was one of the main factors behind the prosperity of Kievan Rus. The Varangians had established extensive trade routes connecting the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, passing through important river systems such as the Dnieper, Volga, and Don. These trade routes connected the Vikings with the Byzantine Empire, the Islamic caliphates, and other distant regions. Kievan Rus became a crucial node in the east-west trade network, with goods such as furs, honey, wax, and slaves being exchanged for luxury items like silks, spices, and coins. This trade helped establish Kievan Rus as an influential power in the East, and the wealth generated from commerce allowed the Varangian rulers to consolidate their power. The Vikings' relationship with the Byzantine Empire was complex, involving both trade and warfare. The Byzantines were well aware of the Vikings' growing power, and they sought to establish diplomatic and commercial ties with the Norsemen. The most famous example of this relationship is the Varangian Guard, a group of elite Viking mercenaries who served as the personal bodyguards of the Byzantine emperors. The Varangian Guard was formed in the 10th century, initially composed of Norse warriors from Kievan Rus, but later expanding to include other Viking groups. The Guard became legendary for their loyalty and martial prowess, often serving as the Byzantine emperor's most trusted soldiers. In return for their service, the Varangians were paid well, granted land, and given significant political influence within the Byzantine Empire. The Varangian Guard played a key role in several major military campaigns, including the defense of Constantinople from invasions and internal revolts. The Guard's reputation for fierce loyalty and combat ability made them invaluable to the Byzantine emperors, and many Varangians were eager to join the elite unit. The Guard's presence in Constantinople also facilitated cultural exchange between the Vikings and the Byzantines. The Norsemen adopted many aspects of Byzantine culture, including their religion, and the Byzantines learned from the Vikings' naval expertise and martial traditions. In addition to the Varangian Guard, Viking mercenaries served in other military roles across the Byzantine Empire. Norse warriors fought in Byzantine armies as part of a larger group of foreign soldiers known as the barbarian mercenaries. These warriors were highly prized for their combat skills and often played decisive roles in important battles. In the 11th century, the Byzantine Empire relied increasingly on Viking mercenaries to support its military campaigns, as the empire faced numerous threats from both the east and the west. The relationship between the Vikings and the Byzantine Empire was not limited to warfare and mercenary service. Trade between the two powers flourished, with the Vikings sending furs, timber, and slaves in exchange for Byzantine luxury goods. The most famous trade route between the two regions passed through the Dniester River and into Constantinople, where Viking traders could sell their goods in the bustling markets. This exchange of commodities fostered a deeper cultural connection between the two civilizations, and many Vikings came to adopt Byzantine-style art, clothing, and architecture. The Viking connection to the East was not confined to Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings also engaged in trade and warfare with the Islamic caliphates. Viking raiders had long struck at the coasts of Europe, but they also ventured further south, conducting raids on Muslim-controlled territories in the Mediterranean and North Africa. However, the Vikings also had peaceful trade relations with the Islamic world, exchanging goods like furs, slaves, and walrus ivory for luxury items like silver, spices, and textiles. These interactions further integrated the Vikings into the global economy of the medieval world. In conclusion, the Vikings' role in the East was multifaceted and impactful. Through their connections with the Byzantine Empire and the formation of Kievan Rus, the Norsemen helped shape the political, economic, and military landscapes of Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Their legacy in the region was not only one of conquest but also of trade, cultural exchange, and mercenary service, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the East. The Christianization of the Vikings is one of the most significant cultural transformations in Scandinavian history. Spanning from the 10th to the 12th century, this process marked a profound shift in Viking society from paganism to Christianity and dramatically influenced their political, social, and cultural development. The conversion of Viking leaders such as Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason played a pivotal role in the spread of Christianity across Scandinavia, and the effects of this religious transition were felt throughout Viking culture and traditions. Before the Christianization of the Vikings, Norse society was deeply rooted in pagan beliefs. The Vikings worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, the most prominent of whom were Odin, Thor, and Freya. Their religious practices revolved around rituals, sacrifices, and a strong connection to nature. The Vikings believed in the existence of a complex world of gods, giants, and spirits, and their worldview was shaped by these spiritual beliefs. However, with the arrival of Christianity, this polytheistic system began to be replaced by the monotheistic faith of Christ. The introduction of Christianity into Scandinavia was not a sudden or forced process. It was a gradual transition that unfolded over several centuries. The first major step in the Christianization of the Vikings came through contact with Christian missionaries from the British Isles and the Carolingian Empire. These missionaries were the first to preach Christianity to the Norse peoples, often meeting resistance but also gaining converts among certain segments of Viking society. One of the earliest and most significant moments in the Christianization of the Vikings occurred with the conversion of Harald Bluetooth, King of Denmark. Harald Bluetooth, who ruled from around 958 to 986 AD, is credited with uniting Denmark and introducing Christianity to his kingdom. According to historical records, Harald converted to Christianity after being influenced by Christian missionaries, possibly following his exposure to Christianity during his time in Germany and other Christianized parts of Europe. Harald Bluetooth's conversion marked a turning point for Denmark, as he sought to bring Christianity to his people in a way that strengthened his rule and consolidated his power. Harald Bluetooth's conversion was symbolized by the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian practices within Denmark. The king famously had a runestone erected, known as the Harald Stone, which commemorates his conversion and the Christianization of Denmark. Harald's efforts to spread Christianity were not without challenges, as many of his subjects remained committed to their traditional Norse beliefs. However, Harald's political power and military influence helped to secure the spread of Christianity, and by the end of his reign, Denmark was firmly on the path toward Christianization. Following Harald's reign, other Viking leaders followed suit in embracing Christianity, but perhaps the most influential figure in the Christianization of Norway was Olaf Tryggvason. Olaf Tryggvason, who reigned from 995 to 1000 AD, is often seen as one of the most fervent advocates for Christian conversion in Scandinavia. Olaf was a staunch Christian who had converted to the faith during his travels in Europe, and he sought to impose Christianity on the Norwegian people. Olaf's conversion of Norway was marked by a series of violent campaigns against pagan resistance, including the destruction of temples and the forcible conversion of Norse chieftains and warriors. Olaf's efforts were brutal but effective, and by the end of his reign, Norway had largely embraced Christianity. The conversion of both Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason had profound effects on Viking culture and traditions. As Christianity spread throughout Scandinavia, many of the traditional Norse gods and religious practices were abandoned or adapted to the new Christian faith. Pagan rituals and sacrifices, once central to Viking life, were increasingly replaced by Christian practices such as baptism, prayer, and the celebration of Christian holidays. The Christianization of the Vikings also led to the construction of churches and the establishment of Christian institutions in Scandinavian societies. The Vikings began to build churches in place of their former pagan temples, and Christian monasteries were founded to support religious education and missionary work. The Christianization of the Vikings also had a profound impact on Viking art and culture. As the Norse adopted Christianity, their artistic expressions began to shift. Christian themes began to appear in Viking art, such as depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and biblical stories. Viking warriors, once associated with pagan symbols and iconography, began to use Christian symbols and relics, such as crosses, in their daily lives and in battle. Christian saints and religious figures were venerated, and Viking warrior elites increasingly adopted Christian values of chivalry and honor. By the 12th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in Scandinavia. The conversion of the Vikings was not without its difficulties, as pockets of paganism persisted for some time, particularly in remote areas. However, the process of Christianization was largely complete by the end of the 11th century. The Viking Age, which had been marked by raiding, conquest, and the worship of Norse gods, had come to an end. The Christianization of Scandinavia marked the beginning of a new era, in which Viking society would increasingly become integrated into the broader European Christian world. The Christianization of the Vikings is not only a story of religious transformation, but also one of political and cultural change. Christianity provided the Vikings with new forms of governance, law, and social organization, which helped to stabilize their societies. The introduction of Christian monarchs, bishops, and clergy altered the political dynamics of Scandinavia, as rulers sought to align themselves with the Pope and the Christian Church. This process also fostered closer ties between Scandinavia and the rest of medieval Europe, leading to increased trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The Christianization of the Vikings was thus a defining moment in the history of Scandinavia, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. In conclusion, the Christianization of the Vikings from the 10th to the 12th century was a complex and transformative process that reshaped Viking society. Through the efforts of leaders like Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason, Christianity spread across Scandinavia, replacing pagan traditions with Christian practices. This religious transformation had far-reaching effects on Viking culture, from art and literature to governance and social structures. The conversion of the Vikings marked a key turning point in the history of Scandinavia, leading to a new chapter in the region's development and integration into the broader European Christian world. The Viking Age, which spanned roughly from the late 8th century to the early 11th century, came to an end as Europe underwent significant political, social, and military transformations. By the 11th and 12th centuries, the Vikings, once feared and revered as raiders, traders, and explorers, were transitioning from their warrior-based societies into more centralized and stable medieval kingdoms. A series of key events, including the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, the consolidation of Scandinavian kingdoms, and the decline of raiding culture, marked the definitive end of the Viking Age and the beginning of a new era in European history. One of the most pivotal moments in the closing chapter of the Viking Age was the Battle of Stamford Bridge, fought on September 25, 1066, in England. This battle was the culmination of a series of invasions into England by Norse leaders, most notably Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway. Hardrada, a formidable warrior with a long history of raiding and warfare, sought to claim the English throne, which had been left vulnerable after the death of King Edward the Confessor. His invasion was part of a larger struggle for control over England, with several claimants vying for the throne. Harald Hardrada's army landed in northern England, but they were met by the forces of King Harold Godwinson of England, who had recently defeated another claimant, Tostig Godwinson, Harald's brother. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a brutal and decisive engagement, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Despite initial Viking successes, Hardrada and his forces were ultimately defeated by Harold's army. Harald Hardrada was killed in the battle, marking the end of a long era of Viking invasions into England. The battle's significance lies not only in the defeat of one of the last major Viking leaders, but also in the broader shift in the political and military balance of power in Northern Europe. The Battle of Stamford Bridge, however, was not the final conflict in the struggle for the English throne. Just days later, Harold Godwinson would face another invasion, this time from William the Conqueror of Normandy. The Battle of Hastings, fought on October 14, 1066, resulted in Harold's death and the Norman conquest of England. This marked the final chapter in the Viking attempts to conquer and influence England. While the Vikings had a lasting impact on the culture and governance of England, their days of raiding and military dominance were now over. In the aftermath of Stamford Bridge and the events of 1066, the Viking societies in Scandinavia began to undergo significant changes. The once fragmented kingdoms of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were beginning to consolidate into centralized monarchies. This shift toward more structured and powerful kingdoms was driven in part by the need to defend against external threats, such as the Norman invasions of England and the growing influence of the Christian Church. By the late 11th century, many Viking rulers had embraced Christianity, and their reigns were increasingly characterized by attempts to modernize their societies and consolidate power. One of the most notable figures in this process was King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Saint Olaf. Olaf's reign in the early 11th century marked a turning point for Norway, as he worked to strengthen the monarchy and bring the country into line with the growing Christian kingdoms of Europe. Saint Olaf's efforts to centralize power and suppress local chieftains helped lay the groundwork for a more unified and stable Norway. However, Olaf's death in battle in 1030 at the Battle of Stiklestad did not mark the end of his influence. He became a martyr and saint, and his legacy continued to shape Norway's development, particularly in the creation of a centralized Christian kingdom. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia also saw the rise of strong monarchs who sought to create more stable and efficient kingdoms. In Denmark, King Sweyn Forkbeard, who ruled from 1018 to 1030, and his son, King Canute the Great, who ruled from 1016 to 1035, played key roles in uniting Denmark and extending their rule to England and parts of Norway. Canute's reign marked the peak of Viking influence in Europe, as he ruled over a North Sea empire that stretched from England to Denmark and Norway. However, following Canute's death, his empire fractured, and the political landscape of Scandinavia began to shift toward more localized rule and the decline of Viking-era power structures. The decline of the raiding culture that had defined the Vikings for centuries was closely linked to these political and cultural changes. As the Viking kingdoms became more centralized and Christianized, the emphasis on raiding and plundering began to diminish. The Old Norse way of life, which had been centered around warfare, conquest, and the accumulation of wealth through raids, was gradually replaced by a focus on governance, trade, and diplomacy. The establishment of Christian monarchies in Scandinavia also played a key role in diminishing the Viking raiding culture, as Christian values emphasized peace, stability, and cooperation rather than war and conquest. By the 12th century, the Viking Age had officially ended. The once feared Viking raiders had been transformed into more traditional medieval rulers, and Scandinavia had evolved into a region dominated by centralized kingdoms with a strong Christian influence. The Norse warriors who had once roamed the seas in search of treasure and glory were now more likely to be found at the courts of monarchs, serving as advisors, soldiers, or members of the growing merchant class. In conclusion, the end of the Viking Age was a complex and multifaceted process that unfolded over several decades. The Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066 was a key turning point in this transition, marking the end of Viking military dominance in England. The consolidation of power in Scandinavia, the decline of raiding culture, and the rise of Christianized monarchies all contributed to the decline of the Viking Age. By the 12th century, the Vikings had transformed from fearsome raiders into medieval rulers and statesmen, and their once formidable naval fleets were now turned to trade and diplomacy. The Viking Age, with its raids, explorations and conquests, had come to an end, but the legacy of the Vikings would live on in the cultural and political landscapes of Europe. The Viking legacy in modern Europe is a multifaceted and enduring one, deeply woven into the cultural, linguistic and genetic fabric of several countries. The Vikings, who once dominated the seas and laid waste to much of Europe, left behind a lasting imprint on the lands they once raided, traded with, and settled. Their influence can still be seen in the languages, genetics, mythologies, and national identities of modern Europe. From the shores of England and France to the vast expanses of Russia, the Vikings' contributions continue to resonate today. One of the most evident legacies of the Vikings is their impact on language. The Norse language, a North Germanic tongue, left a significant mark on the English language, especially in the regions of England that were once part of the Viking-dominated Danelaw. The Old Norse language contributed many words to English, particularly in areas related to law, governance, and everyday life. Words like law, sky, egg, window, and husband all have their roots in Old Norse. Moreover, the Viking influence extended to the place names of many towns and cities in England. Locations such as York, which was originally known as Jorvik, Durham and Grimsby, all bear the traces of Viking settlement and language. In addition to England, the Vikings also had a profound impact on the French language. The region of Normandy in northern France was founded by Viking settlers in the 9th and 10th centuries, and their language and culture became deeply integrated into the local society. The name Normandy itself derives from the word Norseman, reflecting the Viking heritage of the region. The Vikings in Normandy eventually adopted the Old French language, but many Norse words remained in the local dialect. Over time, the Viking settlers in Normandy became integrated into the larger French kingdom, and their influence on the language persisted in the form of certain vocabulary, especially in areas related to governance, military terms, and the sea. The Viking genetic legacy is also noteworthy, particularly in countries that saw extensive Viking settlement. Genetic studies have shown that the Viking presence in places such as England, Ireland, and Scotland left a clear mark on the modern population. Many people in these regions carry genetic markers that can be traced back to the Vikings. In England, for example, it is estimated that as much as 20% of the population has Viking ancestry, particularly in the north and east of the country, where Viking settlements were most concentrated. Similarly, in Ireland and Scotland, genetic evidence suggests that Viking settlers contributed to the genetic makeup of the local populations, particularly in coastal areas and islands. Viking influence is also evident in Russia, particularly in the region known as Kievan Rus. The Varangians, Scandinavian warriors and traders, played a crucial role in the formation of the Kievan Rus state, and their genetic and cultural legacy remains a part of Russian identity today. Many Russians, especially in the northern regions, can trace part of their ancestry to these early Viking settlers. The Vikings who traveled along the rivers of Eastern Europe and traded with the Byzantine Empire were instrumental in the formation of the early Russian state, and their legacy is still acknowledged in modern Russia, particularly in the traditions and customs of the northern Slavic regions. Beyond language and genetics, Norse mythology continues to have a significant impact on modern culture. The myths of the Vikings, stories of gods like Odin, Thor, Freya, and Loki, continue to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Norse mythology has had a profound influence on literature, art, and popular culture. Works like J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings are deeply inspired by Norse myths, particularly in their depiction of gods, giants, and heroic quests. The character of Thor, for example, has become a popular figure in contemporary media, particularly through Marvel Comics and the subsequent films, where he is depicted as a superhero with roots in ancient Norse mythology. Loki, the mischievous god, has also found a prominent place in modern culture, with adaptations in various films, TV series, and comics. The influence of Norse mythology can also be seen in the resurgence of interest in Viking culture in recent years. The popularity of television series like Vikings has brought Norse mythology and Viking history to a global audience, reintroducing these ancient tales to a new generation. The themes of heroism, fate, and the struggle between gods and monsters in Norse mythology continue to resonate with modern audiences, making it one of the most enduring mythological traditions in the world. Another significant aspect of the Viking legacy is the role of Viking symbolism in modern national identities. In countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, Viking imagery and symbols have been embraced as part of national pride. The Viking ship, with its iconic dragon-shaped prow, is a powerful symbol of Viking heritage, and it is often used in national celebrations, monuments, and cultural events. The Viking helmet, though a modern invention, Vikings never wore horned helmets, has become a widely recognized symbol of Viking identity. In addition to being embraced by Scandinavia, Viking symbolism has also become a prominent feature in various nationalist movements and popular culture. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Viking symbols were often used to promote ideas of Scandinavian unity and strength. In more recent times, these symbols have been appropriated by certain far-right groups, though this has been a controversial and divisive issue, as the true Viking legacy is one of exploration, trade, and cultural exchange rather than xenophobia or extremism. In conclusion, the Viking legacy in modern Europe is a testament to the enduring impact of these fierce warriors and explorers. From their linguistic and genetic contributions to their influence on mythology, art, and national identity, the Vikings continue to shape the cultural landscape of Europe. Their legacy is not only evident in the countries they once raided or settled, but also in the global fascination with their stories, heroes, and gods. As we look to the future, the Viking legacy will likely continue to inspire and captivate generations to come, reminding us of a time when the world was shaped by the fearsome and bold warriors known as the Vikings. The Vikings, those fierce seafarers and warriors from Scandinavia, have long captured the imagination of people around the world. Over the centuries, the image of the Viking has been shaped by both historical accounts and popular culture, but much of what we think we know about these enigmatic people is based on myths and misconceptions. From horned helmets to the idea of Vikings as nothing more than savage raiders, the truth about the Vikings is far more complex and nuanced than many realize. This chapter seeks to debunk some of the most common misconceptions about the Vikings, compare them with the reality of what modern archaeology has revealed, and explore how pop culture has distorted our understanding of their lives. One of the most enduring myths about the Vikings is their supposed use of horned helmets. For centuries, this image of the horned Viking has been a staple of popular culture, from illustrations in history books to depictions in films, TV shows, and even costume designs for events like Halloween. However, there is no historical evidence to support the idea that Vikings ever wore horned helmets. The earliest depictions of Viking warriors, such as those on the 9th century stone carvings found in Scandinavia, show helmets that were simple and conical in shape, without any horns. Archaeological evidence from Viking graves and settlements has not uncovered any horned helmets either. In fact, The idea of horned helmets was popularized in the 19th century by the designer of the operas about Norse mythology, written by Richard Wagner, and it quickly became ingrained in the collective imagination. While the image of horned helmets might evoke a sense of barbaric ferocity, it is, in reality, a fantasy of the modern era. Another widespread misconception is that the Vikings were nothing more than brutal and savage raiders, with little regard for civilization or culture. This stereotype has been reinforced by centuries of historical accounts that emphasize the Viking raids on monasteries and towns across Europe. While it is true that the Vikings were formidable warriors and that their raids were often brutal and destructive, this portrayal overlooks the many other aspects of Viking life that were far from savage. The Vikings were also skilled traders, explorers, and settlers, and they played a crucial role in the development of early medieval Europe. Viking societies were complex, with well-organized systems of governance, law, and trade. Many Vikings were farmers, craftsmen, and merchants who engaged in long-distance trade with people from the Islamic world, Byzantium, and even the far reaches of North America. In fact, it was not uncommon for Vikings to establish peaceful trading relationships with the very people they had once raided. The idea of the Vikings as mindless destroyers is a gross oversimplification of their true nature. Modern archaeology has provided us with a much more nuanced understanding of Viking life. Excavations of Viking settlements, burial sites, and shipwrecks have uncovered a wealth of information about the Vikings' everyday lives, their technology, and their culture. One of the most significant discoveries in recent years has been the excavation of Viking longships, which have revealed much about the Vikings' advanced shipbuilding techniques and their prowess as sailors and explorers. The Vikings' longships were not only designed for speed and agility on the open seas, but were also capable of navigating shallow rivers and even being carried overland. These ships were crucial to the Vikings' success as both raiders and traders, and they were a testament to the Vikings' ingenuity and skill. Archaeological evidence has also shed light on Viking settlements and the way they lived. In towns like York in England and Dublin in Ireland, excavations have uncovered the remains of Viking houses, workshops, and marketplaces, providing a glimpse into the daily life of Viking communities. Far from being isolated and barbaric, these settlements were hubs of trade and cultural exchange, with evidence of Viking artisans producing intricate jewelry, tools, and weapons. The Vikings were also skilled farmers, growing crops such as barley, rye, and oats, and raising livestock. Their social structure, too, was more complex than many people realize. Viking society was organized into various classes, including free farmers, wealthy landowners, and slaves, with a system of laws and assemblies known as the Althing in Iceland, which served as an early form of democracy. Perhaps one of the most misunderstood aspects of Viking culture is their relationship with women. Contrary to popular belief, Viking women were not simply passive figures waiting to be rescued by their male counterparts. Archaeological evidence suggests that women in Viking society had a far more active role than is often portrayed. They managed farms, participated in trade, and even served as warriors in some instances. There are accounts of women such as Lagertha, the legendary shield maiden of Norse sagas, fighting alongside male warriors. While the historical accuracy of these stories is debated, there is evidence that Viking women had greater rights and freedoms compared to women in other contemporary societies. They could own property, initiate divorce, and engage in business, making them more independent than women in many other parts of medieval Europe. In addition to the historical realities of Viking life, the popular culture of the modern era has played a significant role in shaping our perceptions of the Vikings. Films, TV shows, books, and video games have all contributed to the mythologizing of Viking culture, often blending historical fact with fantasy and fiction. For example, the popular TV series Vikings, which aired from 2013 to 2020, is filled with dramatic liberties and historical inaccuracies, though it has undoubtedly contributed to the modern fascination with Viking culture. The show, while entertaining, focuses heavily on the violent warrior aspect of Viking life, often neglecting their roles as traders, settlers, and explorers. Similarly, the portrayal of Viking gods and mythology in films like Marvel's Thor has created a larger-than-life image of Norse mythology, with characters like Thor and Loki being reimagined as superheroes rather than the complex deities of Viking belief. In conclusion, while the Vikings were undoubtedly fierce warriors and raiders, the myths and misconceptions surrounding their culture often overshadow the more complex and varied aspects of their society. Through modern archaeology, we now have a more accurate picture of Viking life, one that highlights their achievements as traders, explorers, and settlers, as well as their rich cultural and social structures. The popular image of the Viking, complete with horned helmets and bloodthirsty raids, has been shaped by centuries of myth and fantasy. However, the truth about the Vikings is far more intricate and fascinating than the popular depictions. The real Vikings were innovators, skilled craftsmen and seafarers who played a crucial role in shaping the medieval world.